Hello, everyone at home and here at the Opera House. Today is the 26th of February, 2026. This is the regular meeting of the Rockport Planning Board. This board consists of up to 7 Rockport resident volunteers appointed by the Select Board to review land use applications, changes to zoning, and conduct other duties prescribed by the town and state. We do have a quorum tonight, so I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:33 p.m. On our agenda, first, are there any public comments on anything that does not appear on our agenda tonight? Hearing none, we'll move on. Are there any adjustments that anyone on the board would like to make to the agenda to move anything? Hearing none, let's proceed. The first item is to approve the January minutes of this board's meeting. Has anyone had a chance to review, or are there any further comments that you'd like to make to the minutes? Hearing nothing from the 3 members to my left and right. Would anyone like to put forth a motion to approve the minutes as amended in the SharePoint document?
I move so.
Thank you, Jan.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Tom, Jan, and Tom. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes as amended? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think everybody can vouch that they were all here for that meeting, is that right? Okay, good, perfect. All right, so the first action item on our agenda is a waiver request for a subdivision review. Andrew, are you here presenting that?
Absolutely,
Come on
yes.
up and state your name and tell us what this is about.
Absolutely. My name is Andrew Hedrick. I'm a civil engineer at Gortley and Dorsky, right down the street here. We are here representing Mr. Jeff Chen. He owns a property at 162 Camden Street. It's actually in both Rockport and Camden, which is why we're here. He's proposing to put condominium development out there, about 7 units. The property is 2.53 acres in size. However, there is a small portion, I'll point it out to you, this pointer, any new pointer that'll work on the screens, but there's a tiny sliver right on the left side of your screen there that is actually in Rockport. Right there, Ryan's got his cursor right above the Rockport-Camden boundary line. The front of that triangle is about 2 feet wide, the rear of that triangle is 17 feet wide, it's about 3,600 square feet. However, according to the main statutes, any parcel that's in multiple municipalities has to be reviewed under joint review. Both of them come together, review the project simultaneously, or you can request a waiver. So due to the fact that this project is 97% located in Camden, we were requesting a waiver to waive the joint meeting. And then we can determine if Rockport would actually like to see us back for anything else moving forward for this property. We're not proposing any development in that Rockport sliver. There's no new development, there's no lot lines being created. There'll be 0 disturbance in that that Rockport little sliver there. Most of it's within the setback anyway, so there'll be no buildings or any disturbance there. So we were at Camden last Thursday on the 19th to request the same thing, the joint meeting waiver. They did approve that. I believe you guys have been provided with the letter that they sent over to you. So that's where we are. We'd like a waiver for that joint meeting, and then we can see if you want to see us back. We'll work with Orion to decide if he actually wants to see us back in front of the planning board as we go through this process.
I have a question.
Certainly.
Do they actually pay taxes in Rockport?
Oh, that's a
little piece?
I would assume they must be. There's got to be something assessed there. I don't know. I haven't looked at the records to establish that. I just see it on the map. So I'm not going to call him out if he's not. And I don't want any of that responsibility. But I would assume there's something there, but maybe not. Okay. Sometimes those lines get hidden along lot lines when they're that close.
I'm saying that's probably a question the town office should answer.
Yeah.
I've actually got I've got the tax map. I can look it up.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other clarification questions from the board? First thing we're going to do is just clarifying questions.
Yeah, anything, utilities or access or anything coming through the Rockport?
Nothing. There's no disturbance on that sliver. So kind of pointing to your screen there. Here's that little sliver right here.
Yeah.
This is that little tiny sliver. You can see the roads the main roads coming off here, all utilities will be over there, the buildings will all be far away from the property line or
That's what I
that,
thought.
you know, municipal line there, so there will be no disturbance in that area.
Good.
Rob, clarifying questions? I have one. Is the 15-foot setback, that's I think both a Camden and Rockport setback definition on that lot line in question does that 15-foot setback entirely encompass the Rockport land?
It actually doesn't, I think there's a little sliver, you can see the overlap right at the end
It's hard to see
here.
at this distance.
Yeah, it's hard to see right up in this far corner. Yeah, right there. I think it comes just within side. You can kind of see the line poking out on.
It's like the
corner
width
there.
of the line
Yeah,
itself.
exactly. So we're talking about a half a foot maybe at most, where it
At
actually
most, okay.
comes into the property
Okay.
itself. But most of it's within that 15-foot setback.
Okay. Let me first ask any members of the board if they wish to identify a conflict of interest in this application or the next two applications that we have coming up, one for the pier and for the zoning map amendments. Or anyone want to register a conflict? Okay, thanks. Any other clarifying questions the board wants to ask? We'll go into a deliberation after public comment. Okay, any members from the public like to ask any questions about this application? Okay, hearing none, I'll close the public comment period. Were there any public comments that we received about this?
No.
Okay. Close the public comment period then. It is 5:40, just for resident's sake. I guess, questions from the board, or discussion from the board about the waiver. I think the first thing they're asking for, and it was written in here, was if we would waive the joint meeting with Camden's planning board, which I haven't ever experienced, might be fun, but that's for us to discuss. Any thoughts? I'll start with Rob.
So with this waiver, then it would just become the Camden planning board jurisdiction, right?
No,
No.
The second question, I think, that Andrew alluded to was that the waiver is just to waive the joint meeting of us with Camden. We fight about, where we have that forum. If
Right.
we need to have that meeting,
Right.
do we need to meet with Camden's planning board to discuss this proposal?
I don't think so, as long as someone else, then it just becomes Camden's,
No.
no. So
So
no,
step two is, do we need to review it, is what Andrew's asking. Does Rockport need to review this subdivision plan? That's a step two, though. So the first step is, do we need to get in a room with Camden's planning board to review this together?
no.
Okay, that's your
But providing someone's reviewing it,
right.
okay.
So we haven't waived the review of it, just the joint review, the joint
I see
togetherness
no
of it.
reason for a joint review.
Okay, how about you, Tom?
No reason.
No.
Okay, Jan, no reason. And I think myself, no reason to team up with Camden on this. Second part of this, Ryan, do we have to take action on the second part of this?
Not, sorry, before Jeff threw something at me. Not right now, you don't, but you could, if you wanted to.
Okay,
So if there's anything there, you can kind of treat this as a pre-application, kind of.
right.
Is there anything there that would cause you to warrant a review or not?
Okay. I mean, that's often the determination in the ordinance that you would make about whether the application is something that goes before the planning board, whether it's complete or not.
Yeah.
So I think I would first want to invite you into that conversation as to how you would treat it. If it came before you and there weren't this joint meeting provision.
So then my recommendation would not to review it, because there's no utilities, there's no building, there's no structure, and everything that's within the town of Rockport, or that little sliver is within a setback. So I do not believe you need to review it.
Okay. So that would be the determination your office would make to say like, this
Yes.
isn't really, okay. The interesting thing is this doesn't, if you go into I know this is just minor, but the GIS website for the town doesn't even identify this lot.
I know.
That's right. That's right, there's no, in the
Forget
tax
that I was
maps.
here.
But I do want to have that discussion, and then we can have a vote on the first part of it. So, Rob, back to your original reaction. if we were to determine that we don't need to review this, Camden will be reviewing it. Are you okay with us not reviewing it, or do you think we should review it?
I do not think we should review it.
Okay.
I think that if something's 3% in our town, I think we'd be reviewing it just out of, I don't know.
Mhm.
Philosophically, I don't think we need to review this.
Okay. Tom,
I agree. No need to review it.
Jan?
No
need?
review.
Okay. And I think just, there's an inability to build within the Rockport portion of this lot.
Well, yeah, I guess
So there's no change that can occur, the way that's been proposed.
Correct.
Okay, so for the first part of this, do we waive the joint review of this with Camden? Is there a motion to,
I'll move that we don't require a review with Camden's planning board.
okay, not required. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, thanks, Jan, thanks, Tom. Any further discussion on not requiring a joint review? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you, that passes. To the second part of this, I don't think we need to have necessarily a vote on this, but if you feel more comfortable, we can.
I would,
Okay.
because it is within the town of Rockport, so if they
Okay.
did want to do a subdivision, they would need to put in an application anyway, and then you would look at it and do your review right here.
Okay, then we can, I think, speak for the board. That gives you a bit more, this preempts what you would have had to make a decision on anyway. So would anyone like to make a motion on the second part of it? Whether the planning board needs to
I'll
review?
move that we do not need to review this application.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jan. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor? 4-0.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Yeah,
Good luck.
always good to see you.
Thank you.
Did you say Jan seconded that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Rob moved, Jan made the motion, Jan made the second. Okay, thank you. Moving on to site plan review of the Rudin Pier. I guess this is represented by Gartley and Dorsky. It looks like Will's on the screen now. I think we probably have him on audio too.
And actually, yeah, Will, you have the capability of sharing your screen, so I don't know if you want to pull something up or if you want me to pull something up.
I can certainly do that.
Okay.
Okay, so same format to this presentation. We'll have you give us a brief presentation about what this is. We'll ask clarifying questions, ask for public comment, and then we'll deliberate. So, floor is all yours.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Will Gartley with Gartley and Dorsky, and I'm representing Elizabeth Ruthini and Charles Rudin for a new pier on their residential property in Rockport. We've been working on this for a couple of years. We have a 98-foot permanent structure from highest annual tide, and it goes out just before mean low water, and then a 50-foot gangway and a 14 by 18-foot float. We went to the Harbor Committee, and I think it was 24, actually January of 24, and had their review. We included the minutes to that meeting, and had some discussions about some of the limitations in the ordinance. And interestingly, at that meeting, they made recommendations to make changes to the ordinance, which were a benefit to this project. So we held off coming back to the town until those were approved in June of 25. And so the big thing that allowed was for the gangway and float to extend 60 feet beyond the end of the permanent pier, opposed to 50 feet. The total length still is limited to 200 feet, but we're only at about 160 feet. So we're still well within the total allowable length of the combined pier, float, and gangway system. And the big advantage to this is with the storms that we've had and everybody trying to build to be more resilient, we're elevating the piers higher than they have been in the past. which means to make the gangways reasonable slope at low tide, they needed to be longer. And so that's where that extra 10 feet from the end of the pier out is a huge benefit to all the projects going forward. We have permits from the Army Corps, the DEP, and like I said, approval from the Harbor Committee. So certainly willing to answer any questions. This project also includes a significant stairway down the slope to get from the house to the pier.
Okay, thank you, Will. So at this time, are there any questions, clarifying questions from the board? Jan, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question, and that is there a signed contract with these people to start this, to construct this project?
I know that Proc Marine is on board to build it. The status of an actual contract, I couldn't tell you for sure.
Because the Army authorization waiver requires that that contract have been signed by October 25th last year, and that the work be completed by October of this year. And if the contract is not signed, then the Army Corps of Engineers waiver disappears. And I don't think that you have the right to go ahead and build on that waiver if there is no signed contract. If you haven't met the requirements of the Army Corps of Engineers, you certainly haven't met the requirements here.
Understood. I can definitely verify that. I'm pretty sure that because we've been having a lot of back and forth about the increases to the cost from the original price. And I know that that's a requirement, Jan, so I can verify that for you though.
Okay.
Well, also, isn't construction, if it's approved, supposed to start in like a matter of weeks?
Desire.
With the Army Corps?
I think that was the.
Is
Oh,
it-
that's
is
the
construction-
desire,
Yeah.
okay.
Will the construction be finished by this October?
Yes, that is the plan. They're planning to start this spring.
There is, I went by, there is no house on that property yet. Is that true?
No, there is a house.
There is a house? Because
Yep.
there's no marker on the road telling me the address, and there doesn't appear to be a driveway for it. So I just wondered
No, this-
I wondered exactly what was going on here, because it struck me that there've been several changes in the plans here, and each time there's a change, the pier grows a little longer and a little longer and a little longer. And I'm wondering whether this isn't some kind of small plan to go past the limits that we normally would put on a pier into the harbor. Because now we're at about 150-something feet. And I think that's past inner harbor length requirements. We've already.
This isn't Inner Harbor, and the maximum length is 200 feet total,
Okay,
and so we're considerably under that.
okay.
So that was.
And
This is
it has,
where-
the only thing that's grown, Jen, is we've added 10 feet to the gangway.
Yes. Well, the platform has also grown a few feet. I was just curious.
Oh,
because
the
it's
float
changed several-
itself.
It's changed several times, so I was just kind of curious as to what exactly was going on. And when I went out there and didn't find an address and didn't find a house, I just
Well, in
became
the app,
curious.
in our application materials, there's an aerial photo that
Yes,
shows the house when that aerial photo was taken, the house was under construction.
Any other clarifying questions? I have one, which is which part of the harbor is this in? The outer harbor, is that what it's called?
I think it's actually beyond the outer harbor.
Beyond the outer
It's
harbor.
in the coastal harbor,
The coastal harbor, so that's the last designation. That's
the last
harbor,
designation, right?
Okay. Any other clarifying questions from the board? Okay, let's.
I don't know if this constitutes a
ahead.
clarifying question, but
There's certainly time to make it. I just want to allow the public into this first, and then we can respond to
oh yeah, we
public
could do that.
comment.
Yeah, we
There
could do
there
that.
may not be any big comments here. Okay, so I'll just stop the clarifying questions. Are there any members from the public here tonight that'd like to talk about this project? Hearing none, so I'll close the public comment period. Okay, now we can have our discussion.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I don't know if, the most recent storms that we've had, have basically lifted up, piers like this and, taken them down the harbor. And I was wondering if there was any consideration, was there any consideration to that, or was that part of the harbor committee's, was that their changes in their requirements? Was that to mitigate some of this happening, or is it unrelated?
No, the harbor committee's changes didn't really impact that, but I can tell you that previously, most people were building piers somewhere around 6 feet above mean high water. And we are 10 feet, which is what the ordinance allows.
9.5, I think, is what you've got.
Yeah. So it's a considerable difference, which is why we wanted that extra length in the gangway.
Okay. That makes sense.
I'll ask a question, maybe no one here can answer it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Orion, you know the answer. The harbor resiliency plan that's in development, does that address, like debris from, storm debris? I mean, because 2 years ago, January, February 2024, a number of piers were damaged and washed north because it was a sou'wester. They went into Sherman's Cove or into Rockport Harbor.
So our harbor resiliency, that concept plan, that only focused on the town-owned assets there.
Yeah.
So that's the harbor park, the working waterfront side, and then the marine, or the, what is that park, Walker Park?
Yep,
Those are the only assets I've focused on.
okay. I don't know as much about Rockport's burden with the storm damage, but I know just from the news media that Camden dealt a lot with cleanup of private docks piling up in Sherman's Cove and on public property in Camden. And so FEMA helped out with that, but I'm sure there was a lot of cleanup that private landowners had to do of their neighbors' wharves and docks. And I don't know if there's a way of addressing that in our ordinance or requiring it of new wharves and piers. This sort of a future discussion, but
I don't know.
okay. Do you have something to say?
If you have something, go ahead, but,
No, go ahead.
well, I'm looking at they have a considerable, set of stairs going down this, several sets, and then with flat, I don't know what they call them, the flat areas.
Landings.
Landings in between. And it looks from the photographs that I've seen here that it's all wooded. What's the ground like between the start of the stairs and the beginning of the pier? And how wooded is that?
It's pretty wooded, which is partly the reason for the shape of the path and the path that we took for the stairs was trying to avoid removal of any large vegetation. So we've got the ability to kind of snake that through the trees. I did include some photos so that you can kind of see what the ground cover looked like. It's a pretty big canopy there with some large trees.
Are there any rules about tree removal that close to the water?
Sure are. How many trees will be removed, Will, for this new pathway?
I can't tell you for sure how many are going to be removed. Like I said, there's definitely some flexibility here, and the intent is to not remove any of the larger trees, just some of the understory stuff. And as you know, Orion knows, there's a whole point system that we've got to meet. So we still need a shoreline zoning permit that he will issue.
Right, separately from that, we don't administer the technical review of the trees points system here. Excuse me.
But just one more comment, Jeff, on the
Yeah, go
resiliency
ahead.
part of it. It's one of the reasons that we use the granite cribs was to just give us the strongest base possible that would resist any of the storms to the best that we can. So those granites will all be pinned together and stacked, and the structure itself will be, above the granites and also pinned to the granites.
Okay. And the increase of height from the previously allowed limit to what we've got, which is greater as of 2025, that actually helps in terms of resiliency from storms, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Jan, do you have any questions for us?
No.
Okay. One question I have is, in our definition of pier, it includes the language that it always has, that all piers must be removed by November 1. And I understand that to be sort of temporary floating structures, but I think, Orion, in terms of like a future cleanup of that definition, that seems to be like too broad, because obviously we're not going to remove this pier every year. So there is a portion of this pier that remains. Which portion, just for people watching this, would be removed on, like, by November 1st?
The gangway and float,
Okay, and the rest of it would remain?
the rest of it would remain.
Okay. I think that's something we should really clean up, Orion. Because it could be understood by somebody who knows what it's trying to get at. We could interpret it as like, well, this thing has to be gone every year.
Okay. Well, we can add it to the list to look at.
Yeah. What is the construction of the pier itself? Like how, the parts that's bridged between the granite?
It's laminated, glue laminated, treated timbers. And
there-
timber decking and timber rails.
Okay. Is that the same for the float?
No, the float is, no, those aren't glue laminated timbers. It's more typical float construction with solid drums for flotation.
So those are what might be called encapsulated flotations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And in your harbor committee's review of this, they determined that it doesn't interfere with navigation, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And Orion, the town does do checks on maintenance of all the piers in town?
Yeah, the harbor master does.
Yes, okay. Those are all the things I had. I'll open it
Can I
to
ask
anyone
what
else.
the
Please.
harbor committee's review is? What are they looking for?
There's a section in the harbor ordinance that actually has dimensional requirements,
Okay.
and it's a different than what's in your site plan review ordinance. And so it's that 60-foot max from the end of the fixed pier, the 200 overall maximum length, the height above mean high water, and then navigation.
Okay.
In fact, I think in the minutes of their meeting, they actually addressed all of them.
I don't know if I asked this to Ryan. Were there any comments from the public on this?
There were not.
In letter form? Okay.
Just one more question. How are the stairs that go from the house or the start of the slope down to the pier, how are those stairs anchored?
They're likely going to be anchored with posts that'll be dug into the ground, and possibly even techno posts, the ones that screw in. So there's just a pathway that comes down from the house, and then once we start down over the slope, that's where we have the stairs. And I think Tom mentioned there was landings at different sections just because the runs are so long.
Okay, but there's no ledge under this slope going down?
Nope, there's a fair amount of soil there. In fact, when you look at the big trees, you know, the roots are pretty substantial and not above ground. The ledge doesn't show up until you get quite a ways down over the bank in here. And on this part of it, I can show you here that we'll have some posts up on the slope, and then over the ledge, it's just completely free spanning down to the pier. This is where the ledge starts, right here,
Got it.
or the exposed ledge.
Okay, so with the length of this stair system, I assume that there'll be standard risers all the way. It's not gonna be like a ship's ladder, is it?
No. Maximum of 7 inches, but I think we've actually drawn it at 6. 6 and 11.
Any other questions for Will? Any other concerns? Anyone want to make a motion to, in regard to this application, approve or deny?
Well, I would move to accept the application. The application is complete, and my questions have been answered, so.
Complete and meets the requirements of the.
I think
ordinance.
it appears to, and if it meets the requirements for the Harbor Committee also, which apparently are a little stricter than ours even, so if it meets their requirements, it's okay. Yeah.
Okay, could you just phrase it in form of a motion? For that sake.
I move that we accept as complete the application for a pier at 45, what's the street?
Pandion Drive.
Pandion Lane in Rockport, as presented by Gartsky and Dorsey.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Rob? Any further discussion? All those in favor? 4-0-0. Thank you, Will.
All right, thank you guys very much. Appreciated it.
All right.
Real quick, can you?
Yeah, hold on.
I just have a note here. Can you reiterate what his motion was?
Can I
Yeah, can you state what his motion was again?
state the motion?
Yeah.
Motion was to approve the pier at, is it 45
45.
Pandion Lane, as presented here.
Okay. I thought I heard something different. That's good.
Okay.
Will, do you need anything more specific on this? It's been a while since we reviewed a pier.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll be coming back in Orion for the shoreline zoning permit and floodplain management permit.
Yep.
They need a
Sounds good.
stamped plan?
Ryan, we got,
Whatever Andrew needs, he'll work with him on.
Do we need to sign something?
No,
Okay.
you do not need to sign this.
Orion, there been any contact by any abutters?
No.
No.
Notification.
All right, cool.
Okay.
They were notified of
Yes.
this application,
No
yes.
letters.
Yes, I know they were notified. I just wondered
No letters.
whether anybody contacted us
Yeah.
about it.
No letters.
Okay.
Okay, great. Moving on to action item C.
Thanks, Will.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Will.
Thank you.
Action item C, zoning map amendment recommendation. And I trust you can pull up the map to
Yeah, I
show us
will.
where these are. We've reviewed these zoning map changes preliminarily a month ago.
Yes.
I think you've removed some of the things we were going to discuss from what we talked about. And so I think there are 3 locations that we're looking at now, but Ryan, you can walk us through them, right?
I will walk you through them.
Cool.
Okay, so to recap, the zoning amendments and the purpose behind why we're looking at them. So our comprehensive plan, as y'all remember, that was voted on by the voters. It has some guidance on looking at the purpose of the zones and trying to find zones that are split and just overall clarity on zones. So we applied those characteristics over the zone changes and amendments, and we kind of focused on a few areas. One of those areas is in the Rockville-ish area. And then in this area, in the West Rockport area, in the Simonton's Corner area, and a little bit on Route 90 and some on Route 1, as well as the eastward area. So those are the changes that are presented. So I don't know how much in detail you want me to go from there from our
Is it
last
just
meeting.
due to, you said because of split, parcels that were split, or
Yeah.
unsplit, or split?
No, some were split. So what I mean by split is they had two zones on them.
Yeah.
So it was, that were kind of contradictory to one another. So
Yeah.
we moved it to one zone or the other. And some were seemingly more favorable to be zoned a different zone that were otherwise completely different. They didn't have the split.
Yeah.
But they fell within the growth zone map of the comprehensive plan.
Right. So, in terms of a reason why having a parcel not split is better than having it be split, it is easier for somebody who may own the lot to say, I want to develop it in the way that this half of my lot allows me to, but I want to develop it on the other half where it's not allowed.
Right.
So it's really to make it easier for the lot owner or lot developer to do
It
something?
is.
Okay. Having sat on the
It
other side of
provides,
this.
and it's more or less provides clarity about your uses, your allowed uses on your lot.
Okay,
Because if you're looking at it and you're seeing two different zones, what is really allowed, what isn't?
right,
And then there's a legal course of action we can take of making a determination, but it's messy, so it's just easier to make a determination on what that
Right.
lot fully is zoned or not.
because we've had a few applications before us where just that has happened, where it's like, well, this lot's on two different zones, and so this zone allows it, that zone doesn't. Like,
Yeah.
maybe our development spans the zones, like, what do we do? And it puts
Yeah.
this board in sort of a quandary, it's like, well, what's the intent here?
Right,
And it'd be nicer if it was just like all in one zone.
right.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add for that?
No, not that.
Okay. We can go through them parcel by parcel or area by area. if you like.
We can go by area, if you want. I think overall, it's just a recommendation to accept the zone amendments.
Yeah.
But there's, as you all know, some public comment that came in, so
Right,
depending on how those conversations go, you might make a recommendation to change something,
yeah.
so.
So if everyone here had a chance to look at the public comment that was in the,
Right in that, yeah.
Say again?
SharePoint folder.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so any other clarifying questions for Ryan? We're gonna have more discussion on this, but he's sort of the presenter. Hearing none. Okay, I'll open this up, zoning map amendment changes to the public. Anybody who'd like to talk, please come to that podium. I assume that's also under camera, Jeff?
Yep.
Okay, and just state your name and where you live in Rockport, if you'd like to make a comment. I sense there's some interest.
My name's Chip Bauer. I live on 24 Wildwood Lane. And this is the stretch that two of the lots that we're talking about, that a fair amount of these folks wrote in about. And it is a subdivision down in there. And our request is not to convert those to commercial for all the reasons that were in the letters. Somebody wrote War and Peace in there. Let's not, hopefully we won't have to reread everything, but everybody within that neighborhood, there's 4 different landowners here, is in opposition to it. Part of the reason we bought within that subdivision, and I've been there 32 years, is because of the way it's laid out. There's no more development going on there. It's a great group of people. And so we are asking that you remove those two from the request to change it to 907. Okay?
You want to zoom in on that
Yeah,
area?
I think, I'm fairly confident I know which one you're talking about, but let's, I think we're right here, these two. Oops.
Yes.
Those two
Those two right there, and then you are on that one little piece, that's Sea Light.
This one? Yeah, so those,
That's not part of our group, but all
Yeah.
of these residences are part of the Wildwood
so
Ledges
those three.
subdivision. It was formed in '84, you would get into a couple of different issues coming up, with changing the zoning within there, I would think. Nobody wants that, and we don't wanna. One of those properties has since been developed, actually.
One of the
Bring
two?
the cursor down. so
This
you
one?
can't see.
Yeah. If
This
you
one?
can do it verbally, if you can tell us which of those, the one to the north,
The one to the north, closest to, no, the one to the south.
closest to the road.
Sea Lake.
Yep.
And that, so the only one undeveloped in our subdivision is that one to the northern, toward, the road itself.
Okay.
And actually, that was bought by somebody that is holding it, and nobody plans to develop that, so we're trying to keep it the way it is.
Okay.
We can go into all other things about a curb cut and that, it's down about 6 feet in there. It'd be hard to come out of there onto Route 1. And as you've read in a lot of the different letters that were written, is the covenants prevent us from putting another curb cut in there. Plus, you probably have limitations of the 500 feet down to the south of view corridor off of Route 1. So, that's all. Ask you to stop at Sea Lake.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm going to preface my time with the microphone saying I've never attended a select board meeting or a town meeting, so bear with me. I'm going to be a little bit longer than Chip. My name's Jody Freitag. My husband Ray Freitag is in attendance. We live at 10 Wildwood Lane. Our property, the frontage of our property goes across Wildwood Lane and abuts one of the properties in question. And just a little background. We moved from Chicago 20 years ago after coming to Maine annually for a visit. We raised our 2 children here. When we were looking for homes, we probably looked at about 60 different properties. We had a very patient realtor. And when we came up to the house on Wildwood, it wasn't so much the house that drew us there, it was the beauty, the natural beauty of the neighborhood, our property, and just a real feeling that it was tranquil, peaceful, what we were looking for. So we have worked very hard, as all of our neighbors have, improving the lot, a lot of manual work, money, time in those 20 years. And when we received this notification last Thursday, it was very shocking. Because initially, my thought was it was going to be clear cut, the property across the street from us, completely clear cut, potentially some sort of commercial business in there. It's a private neighborhood, always has been a private neighborhood, private roads. Town has had nothing to do with our neighborhood, probably since day one. Our house was built in 1982. And just really disappointed that after all this work and our peaceful neighborhood and our wonderful neighbors, it could be destroyed with a commercial project or apartment buildings. I completely sympathize with the fact that there's not enough affordable building and accommodation for the locals, for everyone else. We're full-time residents, year-round. I do sympathize, but we are an enclosed neighborhood. Those 2 lots that Chip was speaking of are in the middle of our subdivision, and it would completely destabilize security, safety of our neighborhood and the tranquility of our neighborhood. And from a practical point, our property abuts Route 1 and goes across Wildwood Lane into the property in question, across the street. that corner of Wildwood Lane and Route 1 is extremely dangerous. I don't know if you're familiar. I personally have witnessed 3 serious car accidents, either in front of Rockville Road, mainly in front of Fresh Off the Farm Market, where people have gone to the hospital after the car accidents. When we are going south on Route 1, turning left to get into our subdivision, you pretty much have to put your turn signal on way in advance. And personally, I pump my brakes as if I get stuck out there waiting for traffic to go by so I can turn into our neighborhood. Because we have had so many close calls, getting rear-ended. One of our neighbors had to go to the hospital. 3 of our neighbors have been rear-ended, waiting to go into the subdivision from that corner. It's a very dangerous corner. So any type of development, whether it be commercial or apartment buildings down in those 2 lots, would add to it all the danger of that corner with extra traffic. And I'm asking you to reconsider these 2 lots for our well-being as a neighborhood. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any other comments on the zoning map changes? Feel free to identify yourself and place of residence. Identify yourself and your place of residence, if you would.
My name is Anna Remsen. I live on Meadow Street, and fortunate to have a little business over there. But I think it is currently residential, and because I've been there for 39 years, I'm sort of...
Your specific lot?
Oh, sorry, Seasons Down East Design, 62 Meadow. And in the letter, it referred to my neighbor, Marie Brewer, who I've never met. And it looks like her parcel goes from Meadow Street out to Route 90, which is fantastic for her. But, you know, that street is so crazy. It is, and I feel very lucky to have a business there. And I feel like I think I'm grandfathered. I've been there so long. But it is zoned residential, and I'm not really sure how this then impacts me by changing it to a mix. Is that what you're proposing for that particular lot? Her?
The one that I have the cursor on right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, she can do, I guess, kind of whatever she wants to do. She owns the land as long as she could get it. You know, I feel like I've broken all the rules having a business there in a residential spot, but because I've been there for so long. But that street is crazy busy with trucks. It would be nice if they stopped and came and shopped at my store. But I just, you know, there's a lot of action going on just up the road with that tree trimming and trucks coming and going. And I don't know, and it's really probably not my business what she's going to do with that, but I don't know how it's going to impact the rest of Meadow Street. So it's really more of a question.
Yeah.
I hope to retire, and this might be a question for you. So because I've had the land for so long, and say I'm going to sell that lot, does my grandfather-ish allowing someone else to continue having a business there? Because it is, you know, I am running a commercial, I feel like I'm breaking, does this make any sense?
Yeah, you're speaking of your parcel here.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, and the existing use that you currently have there and wanting to ensure that's grandfathered. Right, yeah. Currently, yes, it is grandfathered.
So if I say I want to sell that lot, can someone run a business there?
I think so, and I'm just trying to remember, I think you operate as a horticulture?
I do have a gift shop, a few
Yeah.
greenhouses.
'Cause I remember looking at like what you did, because you were doing a few other things. But
My
I-
son took over that
think the
building in the back.
I think the uses that you currently have in that zone allow that business to continue operating.
So I feel like I came here because I you know, I'm worried about commercial on Meadow Street because it's busy. But I also feel like I have had the liberty of running a commercial business. But when I hopefully retire and somebody buys either the business or the land, am I shooting myself in the foot by not allowing this mixed use? Does it make sense what I'm asking? I mean,
Are you asking to change your parcel?
no,
Okay.
I mean, not right now.
I just wanted to
Not
check
yet.
that one real quick. I think if I'm understanding you correctly, you want to make sure that your uses are grandfathered.
Yes,
Yeah, well, right now, I do believe, and we can sit down and have a meeting.
okay, that would be great.
I think with Andrew, our code enforcement officer, to go over your uses on the lot and just make sure it's an allowable use or if it is in fact grandfathered. So
Okay.
we can do that review.
But I do express a little bit of concern with, from my property down with the commercial change, just with the traffic that's happening on Meadow Street. Everybody goes on that cut-through. I mean, and the speed, and it's never enforced, and I'm cautious of it. I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm just saying if somebody really, you looked at the lot on Pandion, take a ride down Meadow Street. It's supposed to be 35, but everybody's going 45, and just, I think it's a concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Come on up.
Hi, my name's David Noyce. I'm here representing Rockport Granite. And I wanted to speak to support the proposed amendment changes for the zoning map for lot 25-133. As you know, Josh has bought almost all of the frontage along Route 90 that abuts that lot, to include recently the home just next to that for workforce housing for his employees. And rezoning that 15 acres behind there would allow him to use that lot for material storage and for additional workforce housing, which would support the new facility we're building on Route 17 in Hope at 214 Main Street, which will double our production. And so with that, I support the proposal to rezone lot 25-133. And thank you for your time and consideration, Board.
Thank you. Anyone else like to talk about zoning map amendments? Come on up.
Hi there. My name's Barbara Crummins. My husband sent in a letter, but I wanted to show up here in person and let you know that we haven't built our house at 20 Wildwood yet. And the idea of a change in the parcel that is, along Route 1, so close to the entrance of the neighborhood, would be kind of a game changer for us. And I really hope that that keeping it non-commercial is the direction that it will go, because I think that would provide the kind of buffer, both visually and just in terms of traffic and chaos, that it would maintain a safer, more tranquil environment for all of us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any last comments for zoning map changes? Okay, with that, I'll close the public comment period for this item and open up for planning board discussion. So, anyone on the board like to speak about the map amendments?
I'm curious as to why the notification to people was only last week. Is there no longer time frame that's required for us to send abutter letters out when we're gonna make a change?
Week.
Well, I hear people telling, just said that they got the letter about this last Thursday.
Yeah, we sent it out, and that's just due to it bouncing around. But if I go to public comment, the letter real quick. it was dated February 12th. So that, I mean, however long that takes to get out there, but that was sent 2 weeks before the meeting date.
Okay.
And, you know, we go through the assessor's office to pull whatever the address is. Sometimes it gets to them, sometimes it gets lost in the mail, sometimes it's just delayed. But there's also the requirement to issue a public notice in the newspaper. That was run,
Okay.
I think I sent that in, it had to run twice in the paper, so I did that. And then that's it.
So all our requirements have been met.
All of our requirements have been met, yes. So,
Are you concerned that certain?
Well,
people
no,
weren't
I'm,
invited to
I
plan?
don't know. I think I don't know enough to know how concerned I should be or am. I'm curious, again, the reason for the change and why it seems to be affecting people so negatively. The only, so I just try to figure out how we came to these properties being changed. What's the unifying factor in their being changed from strictly residential to residential commercial?
you're talking about the ones that we just talked about today with the public
Yes.
comments? Yeah, sure, I
Yes.
can talk about that. So, and I'll focus on these two here.
Sorry, it's hard to see your cursor.
Yeah, I
Oh.
can't see the
I
cursor.
can't see it either, no.
We're
North
talking
of
about,
Sea
I'm talking about there.
North of Sea Light.
Yeah, north of Sea Light.
Do you want me to just point it out?
Speaking up a little bit, please, also.
Oh, hey Jeff, can you turn the microphones up or the speakers?
Tom, can you see it?
I can't.
It's on the.
Oh, I see it, I see it now. Well, I know where Sea Light is, yeah.
Okay, so those two are, they're proposed purely from looking at a map standpoint, and one version, it's got Route 1 frontage. No, we did not look into covenant restrictions, we're not gonna do that, for those are different than zoning. So even if we changed the zone for this, it's still, whatever the covenant restrictions are gonna limit what can go in there. So from that side, that concern is somewhat satisfied, but the reason behind the zoning change was looking at these two, not knowing more about the lots in particular, the specifics of them, but they have frontage on Route 1. They do not meet the purpose of the 904 coastal, which has frontage of the coast.
Okay.
Those two lots don't have coastal frontage. So just from a fundamental standpoint, we should probably look at changing them. What's in there that's nearby, so we're not spot zoning? 907 is right next door. Make a proposal to change it to 907. And then we notify, because there's a commercial aspect. If there's a commercial change, either to add commercial or to remove commercial, you are to notify the landowner and the abutting landowners, of which we've heard, case in point, their concerns with it.
Okay.
So,
Wait, have you heard from the landowners of those lots themselves? Yes. Okay, so one of those comments was on one of these lots?
I think
All
both,
of our neighbors have responded,
yeah.
in the entire neighborhood, all
Yeah.
of our neighbors have responded negatively.
Okay, and some of those neighbors own those two lots?
Yes.
That would be my sister.
Okay.
And she's the one who wrote the, yeah.
War and peace.
Okay, okay,
She owns one of the lots.
Yeah, we sold,
Yeah.
Eric and I sold it to Andrew and Blair.
Yeah.
okay. So I mean, I think in terms of like categorizing the comments, you know, I personally would say allow the highest level of scrutiny be from those who actually own the lot, whose lot is being rezoned, and then abutters, and then basically neighborhood, and then the rest of the town, and whatever the rest of the world cares about, doesn't really matter. So those were people that spoke out on that, and I think we had the same case on West Street and Meadow. Those
Meadow,
were
yes.
landowners.
Yes.
That were concerned about their properties being rezoned.
Yes.
Any others?
Rockport
Granite.
Granite. No, that is
Okay,
it.
okay. Thank you for the clarification. But you were saying about the impetus
I
for
had-
this. And then we'll go on.
I'm just trying to remember, because I got a lot of notices. This parcel here, that landowner did contact, just asking clarity, and in the conversation I had with them on the phone, they weren't opposed, so.
Is that the house next to the Erickson? preserve?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So I did have a phone conversation with them. I did describe and explain why we were proposing it, and they didn't voice opposition over the phone, and I don't believe that they submitted anything thing in writing, so.
Okay. You didn't, I know you didn't,
Who
but
else?
you didn't actually inquire with parcel owners about their parcel being rezoned. You just sent out the notification.
correct.
And
We
allowed
just-
them to respond.
Correct.
Okay. So I think there were some comments in some of the letters that alluded to there being some underhanded reason for these zoning changes. I will say that I'm a member of the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Task Force, as is Jan. We never discussed any of these lots in terms of making changes to the lots, and that was alluded to, and I think in one of these concerns, I don't think the select board has ever brought this up. In fact, it goes the other direction.
Yes.
And I don't think there are any, I don't know, only your office would know if there are any interests from outside developers on those particular lots, but it seems like there aren't because
There's not.
they're owned by people who have voiced their opinions here.
Correct.
So just to get the sense, there is no like underhandedness.
No,
of this.
no,
This
no,
is a
no,
public forum.
Absolutely not. It is purely driven from the comprehensive plan, and we're trying to implement that so
Right.
that it doesn't become a stagnant document, so.
Yeah, and even so, from the comprehensive plan's point of view, it's more of a, we need more housing, we need more commercial.
Correct.
What are some ways we can smooth things out here that would make it easier for applicants to get things through, rather than having to be held up by the split of a lot and say, oh,
Right.
well, this front part is and this front part, back part isn't,
Right.
that kind of discussion.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
So are we allowed to ask a question?
I'll allow it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you could do so at the mic.
Sure.
Because otherwise Jeff in the booth can't hear anything and he doesn't know if someone's talking.
So saying that about, if someone asked specifically to have their area changed, so Maria Brewer, who's my neighbor, did she, I don't know if you can even tell me this, did she request to have it changed? Or
No, no, no.
because that little piece, that little baby little piece?
Can you point out, yeah, I'm a little confused. What?
Right, right.
Baby
Yeah, it's the
piece
angle.
is
It's
on
this one.
Route 90 frontage, but everything, including, like
Mhm.
your parents and Rockport Diner,
Where's that, Jeff?
all of that, but that just made sense because she had that little
Yeah, yeah.
parcel.
Well, in part, so Route 90, this lot, we'll explain that. The little bit here was, or is currently zone 907. So it's, a lot split. It's a larger one, so why propose a change? Well, this lot here is all 907. It goes quite back. So it's not too far-fetched from making a suggestion. It's also got frontage on Meadow Street, which is busy. So this is an intersection, and on this side, if you look, just mirroring it, this is already zoned all the way to 907, so it's just kind of matching that flow a little bit.
So her property, whoever she is, she actually has two zones,
Yes,
the 907 on the 90 part and the 904 or something, whatever it is. Oh, okay.
and I do believe, well, I know the one right above it, right just south of Rockport Diner, they're opposed to the zone change. I do believe I did receive one this morning from this landowner in
I
opposition.
think they're related.
So they are,
Okay.
they are.
I've never met them. I mean, I've met the other people closer to the diner, but I was just curious if someone requested it or it just made sense on your
It just-
map to
it just
connect
made
the
sense.
dots.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Reading those comments, Orion, and board members, it seemed like there were a couple batches of concerns. One was that people were afraid of how changing this to a mixed-use zone would impact their sense of their ownership of the parcel, whether somebody could come in and then start developing that parcel for commercial development. And if you own the parcel, you don't have to do anything. Like, you don't have to
Correct.
start developing. It's not saying that you can't continue doing what you're doing there either.
Correct.
And it may be just, like, I'm looking at the current map. I don't know if it may be worth it to bring that up just in comparison's sake.
I think it's this way.
But it would seem like that first thing you mentioned of sort of smoothing out parcels is just what this one was about at Meadow Street, which is like, well, the front part is this and the back part is that. It's like, makes sense just to make them all, and then the adjacent one seems to be encompassed by it, so make them both. But if those landowners don't want to develop them commercially, then don't develop them commercially.
Exactly. And if it isn't, if the planning board decides keep it as is, and then those current landowners decide to sell, and then the new landowner decides, you know, I'm gonna request a zone change, they can request a zone change at that time, so.
Exactly. It's kind of a, not worth getting too upset
No,
about.
no, yeah.
And I would say for the other ones that folks have spoken about here where there are restrictive covenants, the town does not and cannot enforce restrictive covenant things. That's more of a civil matter. So the code enforcement officer wouldn't enforce it. We don't even review when a parcel has a restrictive covenant, although I think in some ways we should. That would prevent somebody from developing it the way the zoning allows, but the subdivision or deed doesn't allow. We should review that, but we don't. But that doesn't mean that they can proceed with it, even though it's allowed by the zoning. So if you have restrictive covenants, those are there for a reason. They do prevent it from being developed in a way that is unexpected or perhaps the zoning allows. I think in this case, maybe I'm just speculating that was more of a, like you said, clarification that these lots represent the intent of the zoning, that they're not on the harbor, so they really shouldn't be harbor residential or coastal residential.
Coastal residential, huh?
But if those are contained in a way by a restrictive covenant that says this can only be a single-family detached residence, then that's all it can be. So there's not really much that somebody could do with it if they were to buy it and they intended to do it for commercial development. So it's kind of, I think in this case, it's kind of like you weren't aware of that restrictive covenant perhaps.
No.
It's sort of like we shouldn't really even look at this then.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Jan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Orion, is there any effect on people's property tax
No, no.
when it's changed like that?
No.
So there's no, like, has to be taxed at best use?
No, we don't do that.
We don't do
That does not matter what the zoning is.
And so the other option would be to change it to residential?
Keep it,
Or would we just keep it coastal?
No, you'd keep it coastal.
not change it.
Yep.
So in your opinion, kind of a non-conforming,
No, it conforms, it meets the standards, it's just the purpose behind it doesn't align
right,
because it doesn't
that's
match.
preferable to
Yeah.
like kind of a non-contiguous. Okay.
I mean, it could have been, I don't know the history of it, but it could have been that whole parcel was
Yeah.
coastal residential, touched the coast,
Yeah.
and then was subdivided in a way that part of it now doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a feeling that's what probably happened.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You can, you can speak again, Chip, please. Sorry to make you walk, but we have to have it on audio. Yeah. Go ahead.
It just bringing up the point that it's not enforced. I'm a builder. So the requests come in, and not everybody follows covenants. And the neighbors would rise up, and that, if somebody did that there, but that, it doesn't happen, and you just pointed out that you don't enforce that. So there have been some things that are built, the restrictions of the covenants there are greater setbacks. You've talked about 15 feet. They're 15 feet in Rockport from sidelines. But ours are 25 feet. If somebody built to 17 feet, it wouldn't be stopped. It wouldn't be picked up by Andrew
No.
at all. And so that's part of it.
It would
And
though,
then-
it would, sorry to interrupt you, Chip. It would though, because I had a meeting last week with Andrew, and he said, make sure you check the deed. Make sure you check the deed. And I checked the deed and it said, oh, it's allowed, but there are things that would prevent it from being bigger than what I was proposing. So he does at least say you should check it.
But
To his
it's not a
credit.
guarantee.
No.
And I guess that's the part for all of us. So we bought into this for those reasons. And that from different years of building and on in that neighborhood. But there is no guarantee that Andrew doesn't want to build on it and understands. And we say we have the covenants. But there is none that says somebody couldn't end up, wouldn't end up with an apartment there building in 5 or 10 years. That's what it is. The two landowners are away and could not be up here. And in spite of the date of the February 12th, somebody got it yesterday. Who did?
My parents.
Your parents
They
got
were
theirs.
early yesterday.
And that, so it's just saying with the mail, that's not your fault. I'm just saying with the way it went, the notification, pretty much you started getting letters as soon as one of us knew about it because the email lit up.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question for you, Chip. Just as a builder, are you aware of any place, where restrictions on deeds are taken into account by the towns? I was not aware that
No,
we don't
no,
pay
there
attention
are
to
not.
that. There are, so this is just,
No, and the only obligation on the builder, if he goes in,
is to meet the
the
zoning
problem,
requirements.
all you needed to do was own a hammer in this damn state. But it is only the town's restrictions that you
Right.
abide by.
Right.
You bring that in. You don't have to tell them what the covenants are of
Right.
that, and
Okay.
neighbors usually don't know. This is a
Yeah.
tight-knit community we live in down in
Yeah.
Wildwood and Rockport Ledges. Anything else?
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. So, I mean, I think what Orion wants from us is basically some feedback on if there are any alterations to this map, based on what is up there right now, that we'd like to make. We do have a time constraint of this, is if we want this to be reviewed in the heady days of summer vote in June, then we need to make these changes tonight. I think you can proceed with our just basic identification, right?
yeah,
We don't need to
absolutely not.
have another review of it, do we?
No.
Okay.
No.
So, based on the map that was in the SharePoint drive and what we've heard tonight, are there any changes that we see we'd like to make to this? Do we want to deny the whole map change, or do we want to approve some of these changes? What's the general sense here?
I think we need to go with the changes, because we're obligated legally and morally to follow the comprehensive plan. The town voted to build to the comprehensive plan, and that's, I think, what we need to do.
I mean, the comprehensive plan gives a sketch outline.
Yep.
Doesn't say you need to, like,
No, no,
do
no.
it in these
No, it
sites.
doesn't, it doesn't address anything, in any property in particular, but it gives you a theory of operation that we have chosen to pay attention to as we continue.
What are your thoughts, Tom?
I think it's a can of worms. Really.
What do you mean by that?
I don't think without specific input from people and looking at, I don't think you can just look at the map and make changes to it. I just don't think you can do that. And I am really concerned about, look where I live, you know? We have restrictive covenants, and I would not like to see some changes and people start building accessory dwelling units in there. I mean, it would destroy the whole character of where I live. I mean, it's just.
So even though it's allowed by the town, it's not appropriate
Well,
to your neighborhood?
you know, I don't
And
want
not
to
allow
get
it
into
in covenants.
some specifics.
Right.
But I really have an issue with our code enforcement officer not looking at, being compelled to look at restrictive covenants and then issuing permits that violate those covenants. I am totally against that.
I think, I mean, from my discussions with Andrew, he would agree with you that it shouldn't be that way, but he doesn't enforce covenants.
I
and
know.
Isn't
Well, I
required
don't think, they don't necessarily have to enforce them, but to issue a permit,
I don't think he's by law allowed to deny it.
well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a
I mean,
problem.
is that right? I think
No.
if it meets all of the if it meets all of the code and the
We
zoning.
we don't enforce the private nature of restrictive covenants now.
Right.
If you remember, so like if a planning board or a subdivision review is to come before you today, you'd be looking at these restrictive covenants, and then you would be looking at it from a fundamental standpoint of, is that realistic?
Yeah.
And then
Then
you would,
what the situation you get into is that if someone knows or doesn't know about restrictive covenants, they apply for a building permit and they go ahead and build it. If you don't have a butters letters and things like that, and you don't for a typical building permit, so the first thing you notice is somebody's going and doing something, and it just creates a lot of problem.
and some of the, and this is just my understanding of prior homeowners associations, like you normally would have to get an approval from a homeowners association, and that's where those covenants would kind of get enforced. And those kind of died away a little bit, and then it's left with who's gonna enforce that and uphold it. Well, we don't have the time necessarily to spend on every single covenant restriction and keeping up to date with it. So it is really up to the owner, making sure you understand what you can do on your property, then applying for a permit within the town.
I mean, in sort of abstract theory of it, like if a subdivision ordinance, bylaws existed that put so much burden on the town to enforce those ordinances, it's not fair to the rest of the town
No.
to occupy all of Andrew's time on
Yeah.
private affairs.
Right.
There's also a terrible history in this country and other countries of covenants being used to deny people the right to live where they want it and can afford to live. And so this is it's a touchy area to know exactly what boundaries you're crossing when you enforce a covenant.
Rob, you have thoughts? Map on a
Yeah.
whole, or should we look at certain pieces more?
I'm inclined to. I feel like there's been a bit of precedent in us taking into consideration abutters, and it's gone both ways. I think we've approved more development because abutters haven't haven't expressed any reservations. So I guess I'm not opposed to leaving those two parcels as is. I mean, clearly, it's not wanted.
Mhm.
And if it's more of a, just kind of a, this looks right on the map and not like a, it's our interpretation.
Yeah.
And I don't think that, I think it's okay to let everyone's opinions count. And so I would be fine with not extending that.
Jen, you had reservation about the comprehensive plan being what it is. Do you think that if, knowing that there are 2 times during the year, that if somebody were to own one of those parcels and said, you know what, this is adjacent to a zone that allows the thing I want to do with it, but currently it doesn't, they have 2 chances in the year to go before the voters and say, I want to develop this in the spirit of the comprehensive plan, and, the neighbors are okay with it. I'm separating it from these 2 parcels. But they have the opportunity, as Orion said, to change that zone, change that parcel's zone, and I wouldn't call that spot zoning because it's following the comprehensive plan. It's adjacent to and in the spirit of what that was for. So if we didn't touch that parcel, there is still the chance that it could be changed.
Yes. That's true, and I'm not, I don't think I actually agree with it, because I'm, in my head, taking it out to its illogical conclusion, which means every parcel is attached to abuts every other parcel, if you simply change them one at a time. And so, I'm in a real quandary about this because I understand. I mean, I live in a neighborhood and I object to short-term rentals in my neighborhood because they cause more traffic and more mess. And we're trying to codify short-term rentals. But that's just, that's me wanting to protect my neighborhood, which everybody wants to protect their neighborhood. That's basic. It's human nature. And I completely understand it. But I do think that the greater good in all of this is that we are desperate for housing. We have a comprehensive plan that admits that. The entire state admits it. We are all looking to figure out ways to bring more people to town so that we can have people that work here, live here, and raise their families here, and that we do not become a neighborhood of wealthy transplants who hire in from the middle of the state people to come and mow their lawns and do their laundry and raise their children for them. So it's a quandary for me, but I'm going to have to go with the greater good, which I think is the nature of the comprehensive plan, which I happen to think is a good, solid plan. That's something that we should pay attention to. But I do think that people have the right to come before the voters and put a warrant article on, and I don't know what it takes to get the select board to allow you to put a warrant article on asking to change your zone, whether it has to go through.
It goes through us.
It has to go through us, and we have to agree to it. So I don't know that somebody can actually go before the voters on their own to do that kind of thing. They need representation from the local authorities. This is a tough situation. This is not fun. This is not fun.
So there have been 2, 4, 5 parcels. So the Rockport Granite, there was a letter in opposition to the rezoning of that. The 2 on Meadow Street, there were 2 letters. And then the 2 on Commercial Street, numerous people have spoken about today. We'll also add there's 1 person spoken in support of the zoning change at Rockport Granite. So I think that those are the only lots that we're discussing. There are other changes here that we haven't spoken of.
Correct.
And just to clear that away, are people on this board opposed to those changes, or can those proceed? We haven't talked about them because I don't think they're very controversial. But they're really minor cleanups of lots. Like there's this tiny one on Meadow Street where it's just this little thumb.
Hey, Jeff, you got someone in the.
Oh, yeah, please come up and speak, but just let me finish this point. Just asking the board, these kinds of cleanups, I don't know if you can zoom in on that lot,
Which one?
Ryan, on Meadow Street, that's towards halfway to Simonton Corner.
Right here?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, can you zoom in on it?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Just to show the nature of the change here. So you see that it's like a finger pointing. The tip of that finger in the current map is residential, and the rest of it is yellow.
Yeah, and same with this one.
The same with that one. Like, there are some really minor changes to this. They're cleanup, and I haven't heard any opposition on the board. Can we say the rest of these are okay?
Yes.
Straw
I think
poll,
so.
Rob,
Yeah, I think so.
yes? I say yes.
I can't, looking at the 2 maps together, unless we went through them each by each, I can't follow it.
Right, I think that's another
It's
issue,
just,
it's
it's
just,
like
it's
looking at a
impossible.
1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle.
Right.
And I can't follow it.
I totally agree with Tom. I found, it's, I was going back and forth between maps, and it was virtually impossible.
Well, they don't register, so that was a tough part. If they registered, you could just sort of flip back and like see.
Right,
what
but I
changed.
think what we also
But
needed
Orion
is
did
like.
go over it a month ago.
Yeah, I know, but that was a month ago. I
Okay.
think we needed some type of, like red blocks around changes and descriptions of changes and all of that to really figure everything out, or it would take hours
Yeah.
to go through. You
Well,
know,
I
I'm
mean,
just
that,
looking
okay,
at.
I gotta push a little bit, because
Yeah.
at the last meeting, we did discuss this.
We
a
did go
little
over
bit.
them.
And there was a suggestion from y'all to look at additional parcels, so I added more on there from y'all's recommendation, so.
Right, I
No.
understand that, but then we're getting letters from people saying, you know, I own parcels 02513.
So I guess what I'm asking, Rob, is that for the things that are changes here that are even hard to
I
find
think
on
the
map,
non-controversial,
we haven't
yes, I think-
discussed
yes.
because nobody has brought it up.
Right,
Okay. And we have looked at it now twice, so it's not as if this is something we haven't reviewed. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a quick point of clarification. I'm here representing the 28 people who signed this letter that we submitted. So I'm here representing the larger group. And as I stated in our comment letter, we currently provide employee housing for 18 of our employees. We have a lot more employees that have housing needs, which we're hoping to address through this rezoning change. And so I just wanted to make that point of clarity. I'm not just one person, I'm one of 28. that
Do we
signed
have a
this
copy
letter.
of this letter?
You do. I
Yes.
submitted it in
Okay.
January.
I may not have looked at this up.
Thank you.
We do, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, I want to bring up
So-
one thing just to remind you. I'm looking at our bylaws. And it says, and I'll quote, "A quorum of the board necessary to conduct official business shall consist of 4 members. No official action of the board may be taken unless it receives at least 4 affirmative votes." So if we're going to take a vote on this tonight, we all have to agree in order to pass it. If one person does not want to agree to this, we can't pass it tonight, so so that means it's gonna go till November. Is that correct?
Yes, if we don't agree to a map, so it's not simply like, we can just say yes to this change, no to that change, yes to this change.
No,
We
no.
have to agree on a map.
It's all one thing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
There is actually, there is the possibility that we can do a continuance of this meeting, however, and make changes to the map and re-review it as a group, and there may be perhaps 2 more members here. So it wouldn't necessarily have to reach a threshold of unanimity.
Right.
And we can review it then. So you're right about tonight, but we can do continuances that would allow us to still put it on the ballot in June.
Right.
Okay, so I wanted to get through those non-controversial things. It seems like some members feel like they haven't had enough time or ability to study those changes, which I can respect. Is there any way, Orion, you can assure us that the other changes that we haven't discussed tonight are of a minor nature? Like,
No, they're of a minor nature, and I'll pull up the GIS map so you can see, so you can have the visual. So this is what's proposed. These are all the parcels that have some edit of some sort, and it looks like there's more being changed, like this parcel here. This one is actually gonna be a split, and that is only because we don't need the whole thing going to 907, so in some cases it makes sense for a split. But it's also Erickson's Field and the odds of that getting developed into anything if it's not their use,
yeah.
so. But yeah, no, primarily it's cleanup. And no, there's not a single developer that reached out to me to say, hey, I'm interested in that spot, let's rezone it so I can do something with it. I don't have any of those,
Right.
no.
And, yeah, I just I feel somewhat, like it's not even worth too much discussion on the lots where the people own the lot and they say, I'm gonna own this forever. I don't wanna develop it in a way that I'm allowed to. It's sort of not worth discussing. It's just like, okay, just leave it as it is then.
Yeah.
Like, that's how, if you had the chance, Orion, to redo this map
Yeah, no.
in light of the kinds of opposition, if you were to think about it again,
Yeah.
would you have included them, I guess?
No.
Because it's not like we drew
With
the
the
map.
feedback. No,
You
no.
drew the map.
I drew the map, and had it been a different setup where I reach out to the landowner, have a meeting with them, saying, hey, I'm gonna propose a zone change, and they said, no, I'm not interested, then I'd drop it there, because I don't really wanna argue with it.
Right.
So,
So as much as it may be in the spirit of
Yep.
the ordinance, he wouldn't have drawn it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
the comp plan, he wouldn't have drawn it.
Okay.
So it never would have come before us. We would have had to been proactive and say, we want these lots to be available for high-density housing. Then the landowners would say, we don't want them at all, so it's sort of like, why are we proposing it?
Right. Well, in that case, I would like to see us postpone the vote, do a continuance till we have more members, and rethink what people have said, what we're hearing. We all live here, and so we need to take that into consideration, I think.
Okay. I mean, I think that's, are you comfortable in saying a yes or no to a map, or would you think that a benefit of more information?
I just wanna say one thing real quick about the
Yeah.
bylaws and what Jan pulled up. That's only for land use approvals, it's not for amending anything. So it's
Does it
not.
say all actions?
No, information related to a request for land use approvals shall be considered by the planning board only in one or more of the following manners, and then a list of few, and then, or the request of a majority of a planning board present and eligible to vote in the event that a minimum quorum of 4 members are present, 4 affirmative votes are required to take action. So that's for an application, a land use
Yeah.
application, not an ordinance amendment. So I don't want you to think like you have to have all 4 of you in one way or another right now.
Right. I was frankly skeptical of it, because I thought
Yeah,
that
it's just
applied in a funny
majority.
way. We have a different threshold for different things that we do.
All right, well, I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
But,
So, sorry for cutting.
But no, what I meant
No,
to
no,
say
that's
is
good.
to Rob, and it sounds like others, there wasn't an easy way of understanding what the changes were. And that's maybe a technical thing.
Yes.
Of being able to see, like, you look at it, I mean, the lots are indistinguishable from this distance, so it's hard to tell, like, what's changing.
right.
I think we just don't have the means.
No,
So
I
is-
was very frustrated trying to compare the two maps in my memory. I always would have loved to have had them side by side, where I could blow them up and
Well, I think that magenta coloring.
well, yes,
Actually is
that,
very
that
helpful.
was enlightening, yes.
And we didn't talk about some of the largest things there, like the Simonton Field, the Erickson Field and, eastward adjacent thing.
This,
Yeah,
I'll show you the difference too. So,
and I think you were letting the comp plan guide you in this,
absolutely,
as well as the cleanups of split lots.
absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah.
So if you want to have a continuance, we can do that. We can provide a better format for reviewing this and
Sure.
and do a continuance for,
I would prefer it that way,
Okay.
personally.
other,
Just
Go ahead,
looking
Tom.
at this, flashing from one to the other, and then you could concentrate on,
Yes,
zoom in on that one, saying, okay, here's the rationale behind this, and then go to another one, here's the rationale behind this.
Well, I mean, the rationale for each zone change is the same, it's not gonna be this lot specifically, it's unrelated to the comp plan, they're all related to the comp plan.
Well, but some of them might seem to me a more natural course of action than another one. And for me to just say, well, you did it, I'm sure,
Well, I mean,
you did it carefully and,
Well, the whole reason we had last month's meeting was so we could have these conversations,
right.
so that I could get the feedback, so I could put this package together for y'all today. So, I mean, we did do all of this.
You can go back and watch last month's meeting and see the rationale for it.
And literally, from last month's meeting, nothing changed.
right.
yeah.
I take that back. One thing to change, and that was the recommendation to change this area,
Yeah, what Sam was talking
what
about.
Sam was talking about.
Yeah.
Did that get changed?
Yeah, that's right here. Okay, that's right here. You can't see my,
Yeah, but what changes it for me is feedback from the people who are
For sure.
impacted.
Yes,
oh,
That-
sure.
Right, I guess that's
a
my,
big game changer for me.
yes.
And we have heard from them, yeah. And there's kind of, what, three pockets. So, in my mind, you can make a recommendation either for or against the whole thing. You could also say, this pocket here, we recommend to leave it alone the way it currently is. We can do that. I can make the changes and present it to the select board at the next meeting. You can do that for each pocket.
Well, and eventually, it gets voted on by the town.
Correct.
That's true.
to
So,
those people.
can we identify those three pockets as just
Yeah.
shorthand as Meadow Street,
Mhm.
Rockport Granite, and Commercial Street, or should we call it, what's it, Wildwood or Sea Lake? What's the name of your? Wildwood.
Wildwood.
Ledges.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, if you could do it there, sorry to make you come up again, but. So just to wrap that up, can we identify those as the three pockets that are sort of
Yeah.
things we want to consider in light of people's testimony?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
go ahead with your
Thank you.
question.
I'm just curious, has anyone from the planning board or the select board actually gone in to view any of these lots that are under consideration for zoning changes? Has anyone gone into our neighborhood
No.
to take a look at the lots and to see the positioning of them in our neighborhood? Just curious.
I've been to all of them, not as a matter of, as a member of the planning board, but on different reasons, but
Okay.
I've been to all of them.
Okay, so you're aware of the actual lots that are in the neighborhood, and you know the placement of them?
I've been in one of the houses that you're
Okay,
talking about.
okay. So my comment would be that I think it would be an unfair, just an unfair thing to hold over the present landowners. They do not have intentions of selling or potentially building anything on those lots. But I think that's very unfair to hold that over their heads when all of us in the neighborhood do not want to have this changed over to residential/business commercial. So in the event, a death, something like that, where the property does go up for sale, and it has been changed to residential/commercial, then anything can go on those lots.
Not according to your bylaws.
Well, I mean, I know, but things change over the years. We are one of the newest residents. We've been there for 20 years. That lot across the street from us, that would be our view. Whatever commercial property would go in there, potentially, an apartment building, potentially, I believe it can go up to 55 feet, I believe. So we're looking potentially at a 5-story building, at least one, across the street from us, plus parking lots, plus commercial-grade parking, parking lot lighting, commercial trash containers, inviting rodents, chemicals. It's just, for us, it's just not a pleasant thought. And we've worked very hard on our property to have to potentially look at a parking lot with parking lights all night long, having that traffic coming in and out all times of the day. We didn't buy into that neighborhood for that reason. And that's why I'm really hoping you reconsider those 2 lots. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And she said 55 feet, it's 34 feet for that zone, but
just
I
to
just want that.
Just to be clear, yes.
Yeah.
Did you want to say something again?
Do you mind, Chair?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you, Chair, Planning Board. I just want, at a point of clarity, the first signature on the letter that we submitted is the property owner, Josh Carl.
Okay.
And so we're not an outside group lobbying for zoning change. I'm here representing the owner of the property and the owner of the business. He's out of state on business, that's why I'm here representing him. I'm his COO. It's just that, and we're not asking, we're supporting the proposed changing. We're not asking for you to do anything different. So you don't need to consider us in that pot. We're happy with the proposed changes.
There was one letter in opposition to that change, so that's why I put it into the bucket. There was somebody who was in a butter.
Okay, I just
who
want to
wrote
clarify
in
that
opposition.
I'm here representing the property owner.
Yes.
So there wasn't any confusion.
Nope,
Thank you,
got
Chair.
it, got it. Okay, so in terms of the Rockport Granite one, that's one that I think everybody on this board has remembered. Josh Carl coming before us, asking for a zoning map change. I think we were split as a board as to whether to allow it. Subsequently, and I'm sort of
And that
voicing my
was
argument.
also
I think we
because.
didn't
the-
allow it.
We didn't allow it.
Because of the comprehensive plan.
Because of the comprehensive plan. Since that time, we have a new comprehensive plan that is much more explicit in encouraging development along the Route 90 corridor.
Yes.
I think, from my point of view, I would support that change, not change from Orion's new map, changing the lot that's sort of land-bound to the mixed commercial residential, that rectangular lot. That's my opinion for that lot.
Yeah, can I
don't wanna
ask-
I wanna hear everyone else's though.
We have, when was it, last year? We had this conversation,
More than that.
and no abutters.
Can you get closer to the mic? I'm-
Get your mic.
No abutters expressed discontent with, no direct abutters.
Correct,
Is the letter we got from a direct abutter now?
yes.
So, what, I guess maybe they,
I think I don't know if he's new or not, but yeah, it was interesting. The last time that they did make a recommendation and a budding landowner wasn't opposed to it. There happened to be someone that lived there at the time in that area that said they don't have an issue with the expansion. And they said that they don't hear them. So this abutting landowner says that they do in a conversation I had with them when their windows are down. So I don't think they're here. So I don't want to put words in their mouth, but that was a conversation I did have with them. So
I have and I'm basing my support of that being identified as mixed business residential. I worked across the street from Rockport Granite for many years, and to my ears, during daytime operating hours, the noise was not an issue. You would hear a thud every once in a while from a granite rock being perhaps clumsily loaded from a truck, but it wasn't a persistent noise. It was just once per day or so, if that, and it wasn't the kind of thing that would, make you wonder what the heck's going on. It's just like, okay, that's Rockport Granite, just putting a stone down. So I don't think the noise issue is a concern from my experience. Separately, I do have.
although we were, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, we were given a list of violations. Do you remember that?
no, it was a list of people that submitted complaints.
People complaining.
Plates.
Those aren't the same as
I thought they were,
violations.
but I thought they were investigated by the code enforcement. There was something about working,
And anybody that submits a complaint officially will get an investigation by the code enforcement
And I'll
officer.
say that on a separate track, I have a desire to update our nuisance ordinance to be a little bit clearer as to what constitutes a violation of it, because right now it says music after hours, and it really shouldn't matter if it's music or not.
yeah, I just remembered there was something about, work being done at early in the morning.
But it seemed like
2 in the morning
it
or
seemed at the time
something,
that
and
it
there's-
wasn't-
I don't remember what it,
There wasn't a violation order issued, it was simply there were complaints logged.
so those are log complaints,
Yeah.
okay. Because I remember that was part of the calculus of, I think, tapping the brakes on approving it. I mean.
It was part of it, I think, for some. But I want to hear everyone's thoughts on that, because there was a letter in opposition to it, how you feel about that change. Whoever wants to go.
Well, I think the reason that they want the change is to be able to put up workforce housing for their people, which is exactly what we're looking for.
And if it were commercial development, and it can be whatever.
It can be whatever
It can
they
be whatever
want,
the
but I,
zone
but
allows.
I choose to believe that that's what they want to do.
Okay.
And so I'm in favor of that.
Okay.
Especially because it is fronting on, it's in a growth zone.
Yep.
And it's fronting on Route 90.
Yep. Tom, your thoughts on that parcel?
I would be inclined to support it.
Okay. Rob, did you have a take one way or the other?
I guess I do have reservations. I mean, also like Jan is saying that it's workforce housing, but when they came in front of the board the last time, it was to build a storage thing.
Yes.
So,
Now,
but
keep in mind.
but what
The nuisance ordinance is still in effect. So if they would present a nuisance because of noise or whatever they're doing, odors or anything like that, it would still be
right.
something they have to comply
Yeah.
with. So just because it's a commercial development doesn't inherently mean it's a nuisance.
Right, but yeah, and I also understand that Orion's been saying that this is deserving of becoming part of the, more in line with the comprehensive plan.
Yes.
So,
I think the task force would recommend this change if it were that granular.
right.
So you could support it? I want to know if there's like, how many hangups and how many things Orion has to revisit here.
Well, it seems like there's popular support for this
Right.
expansion
Okay, so,
amongst the board.
yeah, I mean, it's up to us. So the next area identifies Meadow Street. There are 2 lots there that are both owned by people who have voiced opposition to it, both of them, right, Orion?
Yes.
They've both voiced opposition to it. Currently, there is development allowed on Route 90, but only in the front portion of it. Orion was trying to clean it up to make it the whole thing. I have no issue with keeping the map, current map as it is and not changing it to yellow because those people don't want it, so fine with me, so,
To keep it as 904.
I agree with that.
yeah,
Yep.
keep it as 904. Rob?
Sure.
Okay. And we go down to Wildwood Lane. I feel similar to that because despite it being on the, my initial response to this a month ago was, yeah, sure, those should change to commercial because it's on Route 1 and we've got commercial development essentially across the street from there. And why not on that side of the road? Hearing the people speaking out tonight and the letters that we've read, I'm firmly on the other side, say, leave it as it is, leave it as coastal residential. They don't want it, we don't, it doesn't need to be right
Feel
there.
the same way.
Okay. Tom,
Same.
Rob? Okay, so the only hangup right now that we have, since we've got unanimity on those 3 areas of concern, of public concern, is the rest of the map. That we don't feel like we understand parts of it, the changes that, or how widespread those changes are.
I'd actually take that back. I do, based on our last meeting, I understand. I was just saying, basically like going through individual letters and cross-referencing like these, like each parcel with each change with, that was hard. That was hard to get
Yes.
through. I think overall, I'm fine with the other changes. No one's expressed any opposition to it, so
Right.
I don't think, as long as we're clear about those 3 in question, I'm fine with all of the other changes. I don't think we need it.
Okay,
I would say the same,
okay.
because, I mean, it's not like we're gonna do it and tomorrow it's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
It still has to go through the select board and it still has to go to the voters.
Right.
So,
They have a chance to speak
yes,
directly.
correct.
We're just stop 1 on this tour. Jan?
Yeah, no, I think that these 3 parcels just seem to cry out for a little more attention and a little more thought in terms of what the owners of the parcels want
Yeah.
for their businesses or for their lives.
Okay. So Orion, do you understand the changes
I
that
do.
we've proposed to the map that you
I
set
do.
here? I think it's four
The
lots.
the two on the Wildwood Lane, the two on Meadow, and, well, those are the two
That's
that
it.
are changing.
Change
Yep.
those back to
They're,
904 or 903, whichever the case they were.
Yep.
Okay. Can I get a motion to that effect, to make those adjustments I just mentioned and recommend this map to the select board for review?
I move with the exception of the Meadow Street and Wildwood,
Yeah.
are we calling it?
Yeah.
Parcels to approve the rest of the changes to the map.
And recommend it to the select board.
Second.
Yeah, and recommend it to the select board.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob. Is there a second to that motion?
Yes, I second.
Thank you, Jan. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So just to be clear to the people here, if you don't understand, we've recommended changing those back, tiers in question, and to Rockport Granite, keeping it as proposed as mixed business residential.
Do we receive confirmation of that, like through the mail?
I can do that. I can mail you, yeah. It'll be on the website too, so it'll be on the select board packet for, I think it's next month or the month after, so you'll see it on the website as well. But I'll make sure to put a note and send you something in the mail.
Yeah, if you want, you can watch the select board packet, because it will be included in next month's
Yeah, there you
packet.
go.
And the map will be changed for that.
Yeah. I just don't know if it's next month or the month after, but
Okay.
it'll be soon.
Yep.
But I'll send the changes to those landowners.
Okay.
You may want to excerpt out for the family videos, this portion of the video.
He's trying, it's late.
Okay, moving on to item D in our action items, the
Thank you.
subdivision ordinance amendment recommendations. So there's a lot of words.
There's a lot of words. Do you mind if, take like 5-minute break?
I was just gonna suggest that.
Thank
Can we
you.
take a 5-minute break and come back here
Yeah.
at
I gotta get my
7:30?
charger.
Thank you. Okay, we're reconvened. It's 7:31, 5 o'clock, and we're going to move on to the next item, which is to review the subdivision ordinance amendment recommendations, which Orion is going to enjoy walking us through.
Yeah. All right, so, in essence, the overview of the subdivision ordinance amendments, that's again, in concert with our comprehensive plan and making things a little more, easy on the review side and, for the applicants as well. So the summation of what's being proposed is to take our subdivision ordinance, which for a major subdivision is 3 to 4 months, or 3 to 4 review periods, and to whittle that down to 1. And the reason behind that, or at least one, is the planning board already has full authority to issue continuances. So if you feel the applicant is missing details, you can say, we need the following information before we issue a formal approval. And you can work more with the applicant at that point to find a better date rather than a full month. So it could be a week, it could be a couple days, whatever is comfortable with the planning board, dependent upon what is necessary. So this is a move to be more flexible with the applicant and the planning board and getting where the community wants it to be without it being so rigid of an ordinance. We also had, you might remember, a minor and a major subdivision. I've proposed, because the planning board has full authority to waive certain requirements, to take those, merge them into one, which is subdivision review at this point. So if someone under the old one was a minor subdivision and they don't need all that level, they can submit requests for waiver, use the planning board and say, yes, that's applicable to be waived because it's not necessary. That gives you more leeway as well. So, and simplifies the whole process. So an applicant on their side, they can say, wow, it's not gonna take me a quarter of the year, 4 months out of the year to get my approvals. I could, if I'm already meeting the land use ordinance, which the voters approved. I'm not asking for anything more. I'm not asking for any waivers. They can come in, meet with you, and leave with their approval. So that simplifies their process and saves them time and money. So there's soft costs that they don't really get to recoup back. That is reduced. So that, in a nutshell, is what it is. Now, I know a few of you, or all of you, have gone through and you've reviewed it. There's a couple of questions in there, so I don't know, Jeff, from your perspective, if we want to walk through it section by section, or if you just kind of open it up. Because I know we've talked about it a little bit in the past as well.
We have talked about it in the past. I think it's worth going through each section because there are comments in there. I mean, there are a lot of sections that basically are the changes from the word board to planning board,
Yeah.
so that we're not confused between select board or planning board. So those, I don't think we need to spend any time on.
Yeah.
You can just open it up and say, oh, that was the only change, close it.
Okay.
But for those others, I think there are substantive reasons for discussion. Just a question about this, clarifying question. You're saying we're removing the minor subdivision, and that'll shorten the review period to the benefit of everyone. How does that impact let me ask it this way. If an applicant comes to you and says, I don't need to do a preliminary or a pre-app review, can they just proceed to the major subdivision, which is now subdivision review?
Yes, the way I'm proposing it, they can. The caveat is you still have to have a site walk.
That's what I was gonna
So-
ask, because where does the site walk happen?
Right,
if they
so the
don't-
site walk has to be scheduled, you have to do it, and it can be done the same day as your review.
Okay.
So you have to do the site walk before you can get any approval. So that is definitely a requirement. The pre-application bit, that's your call. So depending upon the intensity, I'm gonna heavily encourage them.
Yeah.
You know, you probably wanna go before them and make it public so people understand what it is. It'll be easier on your end, but it's not a necessity.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions before we open it? So I'll open it for public comment, if anyone from the public would like to comment on the subdivision ordinance amendment recommendations. Hearing none. We didn't get any letters to this effect.
Did not get any letters.
Okay, I'll close the public comment period, and start to ask questions about this, and we can walk through it.
I have a couple of comments, but I can wait till the section comes
Okay.
up. I have very little to comment on.
Start with the table of contents, I mean.
Yep. Just making a note. All right.
I did have one
Go
question.
ahead, Tom.
if you make it just subdivision and it fits both, what is now considered minor and major, can they just say certain areas of it are waived? Is that what they would do?
They would request what they would need waived, and then
Right.
you would be making a formal recommendation about waiving it. So
They
there
would
be
go through the list and they'd say, we'd like waivers on this section, this section, this section.
Yes. So
And to that question, would a future board have, not that we're entirely like as familiar with the subdivision, at least I'm not as familiar with the subdivision ordinance as the land use ordinance, but would a future board know the difference between a major and minor if it's sort of now obsolete, that distinction, where waivers really should apply because they wouldn't have been required in a minor subdivision? If somebody comes with a minor subdivision, which requires less, and they want all these waivers, would a future board say, why are you asking for all these waivers? And it's like, well, in every other town, we don't have to provide this when we divide it into two
I mean,
parcels.
it's on the applicant to prove that they don't need it.
Okay.
So, I mean, they put the argument as
Because it
they
is
do
more
right
stringent.
now.
But
It is
it
more
wouldn't
stringent,
always be
yes.
the same set of sections either. So
Mm-hmm.
you could have what was now considered a minor subdivision, but had certain complications where there should be additional sections considered. So I think it's really more flexible to have subdivision review than minor and major.
Okay, so what are the changes in the,
Table of contents, mainly disregard page numbers and also disregard the numbers, because those will change too, because I'm proposing to remove minor subdivision Article
Yep.
6. So those will change, mainly just names in the table of contents.
okay. Any issue with this? Do you want
Oh,
motions for changes to each section, or do you want them in all?
Hmm?
Do you want motions for changes to, or recommendations to the select board for each section? or-
No, because it'll just be one recommendation
Okay.
for the ordinance. And, you know, we can edit this live,
Okay.
so.
So any edits anyone wants to make to the table of contents?
No.
Good.
Okay.
Article 1. Purposes. You turn on comments to, oh, well, I guess you have to do that each time, right?
Excuse me. No comments.
Okay, so no changes to this at all?
Hmm.
Okay.
Article 2.
Hereafter is gone,
Yeah.
so it's no longer confusing with the select board. Is that the only change to this?
That's the only change.
Okay. I'm sure everyone's fine with this, right? Definitions, okay, there are a couple definition comments. Okay, this is a Jan comment, complete application. I didn't quite understand this, Jan. Can you see what's on the screen?
Where are you?
We're in the definition section, and there's a scratch out of complete application, and it said, first sentence should
Oh, now, you in the,
remain per Orion's comment.
you're in chapter 300?
Article 3.
Article 3 of the subdivision ordinance.
Yeah. I have one small comment on Orion's comment. I'm trying to see where I had it. All of a sudden, everything is showing up differently than it does at home.
So it was under complete application.
First sentence should remain per Orion's comment.
Pretty much, I just amended the first sentence and took out the next because it's more regulatory.
Yeah,
Board may waive,
right.
but
I can't think of
Pursuant to
why
Article
right now I
14.
had that, made that comment.
Okay, so we can move past it. Looks like the
Planning board
rest are
changes.
planning board up to this one, subdivision. So you're getting rid of both definitions, subdivision major and subdivision minor, and leaving subdivision, but it doesn't actually define it. I don't know, can we put a definition in?
Well, we can, but because of our affordability provision in the land use ordinance, we default to the state on affordability. This also defaults. So it's just however the state defines subdivision is how we define it. And then that also catches us. So you remember, was it 1829? One of the legislations here recently, they changed, it was a number of lots and dwellings.
The one we just did, right?
Yeah, so you could have up to 5 dwellings and it not count as a subdivision or something of that
Right.
nature. So it was like, okay, we gotta change this up a little bit. Well, we'll just get rid of those two defaults.
I just
to the
hate it
state.
when we have to point, I mean, I'm glad you put the actual statute in here, because sometimes it just says like
That was already in there.
main statute, but it's like, I hate it when you have to go to some other document to figure out
Sure.
what something means.
Yeah.
So I was just suggesting is if we could put a definition in there, like at this moment in time,
Yeah.
and say this is as of
We
2026.
we
like,
can. The issue is, when's the state gonna change something?
Yeah.
Right now, they're getting a little trigger happy with making changes, and we don't know what is about to come. So,
I just wish there was like a hyperlink or like some way of getting
Oh.
to that.
oh, I
statute.
can hyperlink it.
Oh, that'd be.
Yeah, I can hyperlink it.
That would satisfy me.
I can go through and hyperlink all of those
Yeah, that would be
statutes.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, it's more work, but
I mean, I'm
in
already
a perfect
editing.
world, it would be like, the current definition is
Right.
per, like,
Right. It would
as
be there.
of, like,
It would update
today.
itself. Yeah.
I can
Same
But
with
someone would then have to update it. every
It's
time
always the same with like
definitions
affordable
change,
housing,
so,
because
you know.
that's defined by the state.
But yeah, so yeah, hyperlink would be good.
Yeah,
I can do that.
okay. Insert a hyperlink. All right, and that's the end of that one.
Okay, administrative procedures, Article 4. Just board to planning board.
That's the only change.
That is it.
I think we can move on.
So Article 5, so may present the pre-application sketch plan. That's where I was saying that's an option, but later on, it does mention the site visit as a requirement.
Okay. I don't think there were any comments in this one.
No.
Okay to move on, everyone? I hear nothing, so go ahead.
Good. And then Article 6, I'll show it. I mean, it's proposed to be deleted, so. Now, I say deleted. Now, what I did do is pull from each of these sections that are being proposed to delete to keep all the good stuff that was applicable that wasn't in the other one. So, you know, it was kind of blended. So I'm not really getting away from how we review certain things. So it's a little bit moved, but for the most part, this entire article is deleted. And I don't think there were any comments.
Okay.
And
Minor.
same with Article 7. This is the preliminary plan for major subdivision. There's a lot of good stuff in it that is kept, just moved. And then unrelated to this, but related to fee schedules, and Jeff, you brought it up, so, and we have a select board liaison, I'll be proposing to amend the fee schedule again to remove the preliminary review, since it won't be applicable.
Right. Does that mean the fee should go up, though? I mean, did you take that into account? The fee
Yeah.
for the final
Yeah.
or the only?
I did,
Yeah.
yeah, so. Okay, and then Article 8 has the bulk of everything.
Okay, and a lot of this has to do with the machinations of there not being a review prior to this one, other than a pre-application review.
If they so choose, and then there's a site visit requirement, and then this would be the first review,
Yep.
formal review.
So the comments that were in here, you can see them on the right.
Ah,
Jan deleted a section, but it came back, so no harm, no foul.
and then you had asked this question, Jeff?
Why is there a requirement to get comment from the superintendent of schools?
Yeah, so, right now, I think we still have, from the last conversation I had, a little bit of a deficit in terms of, school attendance. So we don't know really what kind of impact a housing development will have on the school right now. So it's not necessarily that they can't proceed if we don't get something from them. Like, you can get something, you can keep proceeding if you don't get their feedback, but it'd be good that they're aware. So we don't have to include it in this, but it'd be good that y'all are keeping it in mind, like, okay, this subdivision's coming in, school sees it, it's got this breakdown of number of bedrooms, their assumption is gonna be the following, they're not gonna have an impact. Or they're gonna say, we're gonna have an impact. And then it's just kind of cognizant ahead of the game, what that might cost.
Now, we take into account in our review, with site plan reviews and subdivision reviews, the comments received from the fire chief, from the police chief, from Public Works, and in this case, we're adding the school superintendent. When we get those comments, I mean, from my experience, it's always been like, no issue, like everyone's just said, no issue. The school superintendent could say, like, I'm opposed to this because there's not enough workforce housing, this is not going to increase our roles
Yeah.
in the current climate. Is that a factor that we want to consider in the review of it?
No, and I don't, I don't know exactly what they would say. This would be kind of new.
Yeah.
I would like their input in terms of impact, and that's it.
Yeah.
So I don't know how best to do it. So if y'all have any ideas, we could do it. We can also remove it for now, put it on for a later date to consider.
But this would be because of an increase in school population.
Yes.
Potential.
I mean,
Potential.
how much
Or-
impact would there be even
Right.
from a subdivision? I mean, that's
Well, if somebody came in proposing like a 60
150 units.
or 150 units, then
Yeah, that could be,
It could make a
it would be
difference, sure.
impact.
yeah, that would be an impact.
Yeah, but I would think that the letter that you would write to the school superintendent about asking for comments would be, do you think there might be an impact on the school system?
That's exactly what I would ask for.
Yeah.
Do you think this proposed subdivision as broken down would have an impact on the school?
I'm sure they would appreciate knowing.
They would. They've asked for it. Like,
Yeah.
hey,
Oh,
can we?
they've actually, okay.
I've had meetings with them. They like to be in the know
Yeah.
a little bit.
Sure.
So, from a budgetary standpoint on their end too, and I get it. So,
I guess I would, I would favor them to be in the know as well. I would regret it if there was opposition from the school superintendent, because it didn't do
Yeah.
something that they had in mind.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of like, this seems geared towards retirees, then it's like, okay, then
Yeah.
it's like, doesn't mean it shouldn't go forward, but then
Yeah.
the board may have it weigh on it in the negative side.
so I don't know if we're gonna get any major subdivision is gonna cause like a massive expansion to the school. I don't think that's gonna
That'd
happen.
be great, it'd be a great problem.
But I guess there could also be, like, if there was a huge subdivision next to the school, I'm sure there's a lot of
Yeah.
considerations.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Beyond just like class size.
Yeah,
you know,
so
construction
something, and just in particular to this section here, there used to be a standard form that each of these departments would fill out, and it was more kind of guided, like, you can have an impact in this way or that way, yes or no. And so I kind of wanted, and we stepped away from it just to kind of let the departments say, in your opinion, what is it? And that's where we got to the no impact there. But they do their own review on it, and I don't think it's gonna impact me in this way, so no impact. So I can restructure another form, have them fill it out. And that could be the same for the superintendent, looking for feedback based on this. Do you think it's gonna be an impact in the following way?
Yeah.
And then have them send
It's
it
more
back.
like, do you feel like the same kind of concern that the fire chief or the police chief might have is, will this impact the town negatively? And, you know, if not no, then we don't really care to hear about it. Like,
Right.
like we don't want to hear that like, oh, well, this doesn't fulfill the school's vision of like expanding its arts program or something. It's like, doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah, I think it should be, yeah. But it seems like the fire and police are more, they're kind of checking off boxes as opposed to
Right.
The superintendent, which would have kind of more macro issues
Yeah.
potentially.
Yeah.
I think it'd be interesting to hear their thoughts on a big subdivision. You know, not saying we need to. Not saying that we need to. That it's the be all end all, but you know, I think it's, for example, like, oh, this could be a disruption to the buses, or kids use this route and are going to be impacted. Like, that's something that we could then say, like, okay, it's contingent on you kind of making these considerations, and then we would approve your thing.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think it's interesting.
Yes, if you can structure a form or provoke the right kind of response from the superintendent as you do with the other parties, then I think that would satisfy me.
One of you redeleted this.
I thought something ended up.
One of you too.
All of a sudden, my
Tom and
paragraphs.
I did not delete anything. I put
I'll
comments
fix
in.
it.
I did not make any edits.
Yeah, the page definitely changed.
This changed. That's the guy where the abutter notice was, but I can fix that.
Okay, going down the list. There was a comment from Jan. This should be included in item C. What was it that should be included in item C? I'm having a hard time finding it. Do you know, Jan? It's your comment.
Which?
There's a comment in this document that
There's
says,
a couple of them, but you
this should be
referring-
included in item C above.
Yes, okay. This was the discussion about tree inventory, and I thought it could go above in item C, where they talk about property lines and vegetative cover type and so forth. That if you're going to talk about the trees, they could all go into the same place. It's just a matter of neatness, that's all.
And what was it is it, I'm having a hard time reading this, that would be moving? Is it item, it
trying to
said
think
B,
where- well,
no,
it's-
C? Because of like renumbering the list?
Yeah, it's renumbering, so I don't know. But I thought it would go with, where? No. Forget it. Delete it.
Orion, are you confident in the edit you made?
I'm confident in the edit I made.
Okay, because I really don't know what we're talking about in terms of moving things, and I'm having a hard time seeing what change would clarify it. Okay, move on. Great Pond, yes,
Yeah, we
it's
did that.
defined.
That's right. And there was just the title of a manual. But there was something else, I thought. Oh, I did wonder, we don't, if there's no town water, we don't require that they prove that there is potable drinking water in a well. we just assume they're gonna drill a well, but, should people have to prove that the water that they're going to get out of that well is potable, that they can drink it without filtration, or just how it has to be treated? We're getting so many contaminated areas now with PFAS and various chemicals. I'm just wondering if we should require, it's a whole separate question, if we should require that dug wells be proven.
We require septic evaluation, right?
Septic valuation, yeah, with the, when they put the proposal to you, if it's gonna be on a well, they have to identify where it's gonna go from a professional, so it's gonna be a lot of assumptions, I guess you won't know, but
Well,
you're
that's-
gonna know from the neighboring area if they've
Yeah,
got
but I'm
issues
just,
with their water well.
let's say that you build a house, you have a well dug, your subdivision, you're digging a lot of wells. Should we require that the water be tested so that if it needs to be filtered for something, people are aware of it? Or do we just,
Well, before you can do that, I mean, before you do that, the subdivision application happens before the well is dug.
yes,
I
that's,
presume,
well.
in most cases.
No,
so-
yeah, but this comment is not necessarily for the application, but for, at some point, before, for example, a certificate of occupancy. Should you have to prove that the well water is drinkable?
Doesn't,
mean, it's not gonna be
whoever
necessarily
drilled the
drinkable when it
well
comes out.
have to, I would imagine that's part of their job. No?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't remember what,
I'm a city kid. I
Permanent.
have no idea about wells.
is needed, but I can talk to Andrew and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, you can make any garbage water that comes out meet potability requirements. That doesn't necessarily mean it meets like the concerns you're raising about PCBs in the water. Because,
Well, potability, I think by definition, is that it's not gonna poison you.
no, I think there are requirements for potability
Okay.
that don't include PCBs just
I'm sure
because
they
they're
don't. I'm
difficult
sure
to
there are.
measure.
Yeah, that's.
And you can basically filter everything
Right.
at your own cost.
Yes.
So it's just a matter of what standard is the driving standard
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
What's this comment, Orion?
Oh, yeah, I gotta find what section this refers to and just link it up. I have to look through some old ordinances. I haven't found it quite yet. So that's-
Okay, you'll find it though.
I will,
Okay,
and I'll put in a note here for y'all to add as a condition.
yep, condition that you find it. And there's one more comment from Jan. Title is Main Stormwater.
Yeah, it's just a title. of
Okay,
the- of
just
the
a title
document, that's all.
correction. Um, Okay, so the following items where you're adding text, Orion, to this are, I assume, coming from the other parts of the subdivision ordinance?
Yes.
So this is sort of your best of collection
Yes.
compilation?
Do you mind referencing where you are in the document?
Article 8.
Article 8, page 7. Well, this is, what's on the screen is what is on the
I think
recording,
she's
right?
reading. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, this is pulling from.
That's good.
There's no more comments.
I have no more comments for this section. Anyone else comments for the subdivision review
Not on
section?
this one, no.
Okay. board, planning board.
Yep.
Looks good. Anyone else? Hearing nothing? Move on. So Jan has a comment here. Did you add some text, Jan? Or is that just in your comment?
It's just in his comment.
Where are you? Which one? Which-
In Article 10, inspections and enforcement,
Yes.
you have, I bet this entire section can be rewritten, made simpler, understandable, and then your buddy Claude is referenced here.
Yes, notify the code officer, the right, et cetera, it just really reads badly. And so I took it and put it in Claude. I think it could just be made much simpler. This item C.
So this is item C, where.
Yes, item C. If at any time it appears necessary or desirable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's just so much in there that it needs bullet points or clarity or a seventh grader to go over it and diagram the sentence, something.
Mhm.
By the time I got to this point in the workload, I was just needed to have a moment of fun.
I love the idea of putting this into AI to
Yeah.
just make it simplify it.
I think, I mean, the voice that your Claude AI is using doesn't seem consistent with the voice of the rest of the ordinance, though.
No, I
It-
wouldn't.
it seems
I
very
wouldn't-
friendly.
I'm not asking for a cut and paste.
Okay.
I'm asking for somebody to make that sentence, make those directions a little clearer.
Yeah.
That's all.
I mean, this is really between Andrew and
Yes,
the owner,
yes.
not
Okay.
something we will ever have to read.
Yeah,
As I
maybe it's better
understand
as a conversation than it is as a piece of literature.
If Andrew's sitting in board in his office, Orion, you can have him rewrite this section.
He'll watch this meeting.
Yeah.
He'll work something up.
Okay. Okay, and the next comment you had, Jan, was, is a lot association, homeowners association mandatory?
You're still going through 10?
This is 10,
Yeah.
this is 10, point 1 F. Well, E and F, E was sort of related. It's basically if the road is owned by the association, that they maintain it, until the acceptance by the municipality.
Right.
You could change municipality to town, but that's a minor thing. I think you just had a question, though, is this association mandatory?
Yes.
Somebody needs to maintain it.
Yeah, yes, for the simple fact of maintaining
Yeah, okay.
the road.
Just curious.
Okay. Any other substantive changes you want to talk about? There doesn't seem to be any more in this document.
On a side note, though, one subdivision did have a homeowners association that had a lot of restrictive covenants, and that homeowners association went defunct, and how it was structured, that it can't ever come back. And now they need to change things, and they're having a hard time
Oh, God.
with changing things, so,
Yeah.
anyway, that's just an interesting. Okay.
Has to go to probate.
Yeah.
11, performance standards. What are the changes here, Ryan?
Let's see, starting up here, planning board, and then where it's at final review, Well, I could have left it, I just changed it to subdivision review. What else? Aqua Main Incorporated, changed to Main Water Company. Just heading, keep with rules. and then-
That's
yeah.
a pedantic thing.
Yeah.
Just if,
The-
don't let B water quality be on one page and then the rest
Yeah.
of it be on the next
Yeah.
page.
Formatting will get redone.
Yeah.
And note space needed between ordinance and, up here in the header, yes. Formatting. What did I do here? Change the sewer ordinance to wastewater ordinance. And. Oh, this portion is governed by our wastewater ordinance. And what else? Planning board. I removed greenbelt and just left it as open space.
We don't have a definition for greenbelt.
Yep. And then we have a zoning ordinance, which I changed to land use ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
Subdivision. Lowercase that include. Jan has a comment here.
100-year flood will happen much sooner than that.
Yes.
Much sooner than what? 11.13. What is your comment about Jan
Well,
here?
the comment is, 100-year flood is no longer a good measurement. This is not for us. This is for maybe even the Conservation Commission to take a look at and decide whether that's the kind of thing we want to use. But I think right now, we're pretty much tied to insurance companies and to the federal government for the 100-year flood, but the 100-year flood turns out to be about every 10 years. So,
Well, I mean, they update the rate map, much to some people's chagrin, but
yep. No,
supposedly
we're
it should
tied to
change it.
That's it.
Okay.
Article 12. Oh, and I asked the Public Works Director to weigh in on a lot of these, standards, these requirements, and he felt they were still applicable.
Okay. We're not driving smaller cars.
No. Sidewalks. So this one, I added a little more teeth to this, just because it was like sidewalks shall be installed within all subdivisions, kind of where sidewalks exist, or within the village districts. Well, we have a village district and kind of doesn't really go anywhere, but we definitely have a Harbor Village district and we do have sidewalks here, so I definitely wanted to ensure we cover that. I don't know if you wanted to expand upon that, but I have another provision in the land use ordinance, which we'll get to in a little bit.
Are there sidewalks anywhere except for 901?
Not really. I mean, there are.
Going down Commercial Street a little bit.
Well, even in some of the 902 zones and out in West Rockport, it kind of just goes to nowhere. So.
What about that
That's a start.
proposed expansion up to the school?
Well, I mean, that's municipal. This is a subdivision coming in. Oh, you're saying
Right,
to
but-
expand
Just extend.
upon.
Yeah.
Sidewalks should be installed within all subdivisions within this district and connect to existing sidewalks. So that covers that.
So I
So
guess,
if
yeah,
you're in the
that's
901,
fine.
you're definitely probably gonna be expanding sidewalks.
Yeah.
And then if it's in vicinity, so maybe I need to add that word.
Yeah,
Existing
yeah,
sidewalks
because, yeah.
in the vicinity.
Is this 500 feet the nearest point of a subdivision?
But Orion, would that wouldn't be, would that be a 901?
And connected to existing sidewalks in the vicinity of other districts.
Does it say 500 feet?
In other words, if you've got a public sidewalk somewhere, and let's say it ends here,
Oh, that's right. I
if
did-
you measure from the end of that sidewalk to the nearest point of the subdivision, even if it's
But does-
a back
Like,
lot
shouldn't
line,
it just
Does
be
this
if-
ordinance
if
say
municipal
500 feet?
sidewalks exist,
Yeah,
it's 500 feet.
Where does it say that?
So the next sentence,
Oh,
the
there it is,
sidewalks shall
okay.
also be included with any subdivision ordinance outside of the 901 Harbor Village districts within 500 feet of an existing public sidewalk. So that was my catch-all.
Okay.
I thought I had a catch-all, but
Yeah, Tom's question, did you get that, Ryan?
so
It's,
It's just to the nearest point, even if it's a back lot line, right?
yeah.
so if a subdivision is like here.
Yep.
And there's a sidewalk that comes to this point, but they're developing this part of the subdivision.
Well, I would think that
500 feet touches this part of the lot,
Yeah.
but it doesn't touch where they're developing. Do you have to connect it all the way to that?
I think they could request a waiver if it didn't make any sense.
Okay.
And then the planning board would have to make that determination. I think that would be very cost prohibitive for them, but depending on the size of the development, it also might be in their interest to do. So,
Okay. Do you want something different?
No,
Okay.
not necessarily.
It's our discretion, I guess.
yeah, I asked Mike if that was sufficient. He said yes.
Okay. So you're just removing this
Yeah.
citation? Oh, what are you looking at now?
Oh, okay. No, this is a specific thing, Maine Department of Transportation Standard Specification, Division 700. It was kind of confusing, so I just added what it was.
Okay. Why'd you eliminate that D?
Because we have flag lots.
Oh, okay.
Now, if a subdivision does come before you, I guess this is the question, do y'all have an issue if they propose flag lots? I mean, you would have the ability to kind of work with them a little bit on their proposal.
Do we have an issue with flag lots in general?
Yeah, in general.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean,
So I think even if that's taken out, if they propose something and there's a weird lot, have the ability to deny it based on, the planning board doesn't agree with the layout.
I mean, sometimes it's a flag lot or it's a rectangular lot with an access easement going through another rectangular lot, which kind of amounts to the same thing.
Yep.
So, I don't know. I like it when there's less technical
Yeah.
stuff in there. So
Yeah.
we have to all get out our little measuring sticks and say, oh, is that 4-1? What is this?
Right.
And just let it be like, work
Yeah.
with us on this.
Right. Okay. What was this one?
Phosphorus. Is this removing a citation of where it is, of what the document is?
Yeah, I thought I had a note in here. By Maine Department of Environmental Protection, yeah, this doesn't, if you look this up, it's dated, but Maine Department of Environmental Protection has a more updated
Yeah.
standard, so. That's it.
That's the case where the interested party could research that for themselves and find where it is.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a hyperlink.
Okay, Article 13. This is performance guarantees.
No changes.
No real changes, no.
Okay.
And no comments made. Article 14, waivers,
This is just planning board.
planning board.
Okay. I had a change here, it just said planning board. One you missed.
Yeah. I did, okay.
Two of them, actually. The next comment was, this is elsewhere in our ordinance, but it appeals after a written order of its decision. What constitutes a written order of its decision?
Findings of facts.
Findings of facts. So if somebody were to object to or a denial or an approval, some other party would object to approval, they'd have to do it within 30 days of the findings of fact.
Yep.
Finding date, when the planning board chair signs it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And that was, not to bring it back up, a lot of the reason why the appeal of the hotel was able to continue on, because it was within the 30-day window of the signature of,
Yeah.
of
Not the
findings
date
facts,
of the
not
meeting
date
where
of
it
the
was
meeting.
approved.
Right.
Yep,
Yep.
okay. Is that clear? I mean, maybe it's just not clear to me, but is that clear to everybody else, like, who would encounter this? I guess it's your office that would.
It is mine. I'm fine with the wording as
Okay.
is. So,
Then I am too.
Article 15, I think those are all the articles.
Yep, goes up to 15.
Okay.
Okay, so we have one condition. Do you remember what it is, Ryan?
I do. It's section 8.6.k. I have a citation to correct in the land use ordinance.
Okay. Does anyone want to offer a motion to propose recommending these changes to the subdivision ordinance to the select board with the provision that Article 8.6.k contains the correct citation?
So moved.
Thank you, Tom.
Second.
Thank you, Jan. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor? 4-0-0. Buffo. Yes, John.
Make a motion to eliminate the merge the two.
Okay, so John had a question just for those who can't hear him.
Minor subdivision, right?
That's within the amendment.
Roll them together.
Mhm.
My question is, do you need a motion to eliminate the other?
No.
So the question was whether we need to eliminate, I'm just repeating this because no one can hear you, to eliminate the minor subdivision section and the preliminary review wording.
Yeah.
For it's all kind of wrapped up into the same motion, so every edit to the subdivision ordinances. Yep. Okay. Land use ordinance changes.
Give me 1 second. All right, land use ordinance amendments.
Where do we start?
I'm gonna start in chapter 300,
Okay.
because there's a simple definition and. we
Do you want to
can
give us a
massage
high level so I can do public comment?
it. Yep,
What are the changes to the land use ordinance we're talking about?
yeah, again, it's comprehensive plan implementation, looking at, no, let me revisit my memo that I put together. Okay. Yeah, so the proposed land use ordinance amendments are also related to implementing the comprehensive plan. The proposed chapter amendments are 300, 800, 900, and 1300. 800 is cleanup items. 300 is adding clarity for building height. And 1300 is amendment to require developers to extend sidewalks. And 900 is to move a few of the zone standards that currently exist. They're just in interesting sections that need to be moved into different sections and then expanded upon. And then a proposal in 906 to allow for, as a previous conversation we had, drive-through restaurants. I've further drilled that down to just be a portion of 906 closer to the town of Rockland line. And then also proposing an expansion to maximum building footprints within 901 just to allow for, I think there's like 2 or 3 buildings that are beyond the current threshold, which is like 2,000 square feet, YMCA being one of them. And also proposing to add density bonuses within 901.
Is this document in the thing?
If you go to agenda.
No, it was in the agenda.
That memo right there. So, that is,
We'll go into it, but are there comments from the public on the land use ordinance changes that have been? Can you come up to the mic, Sarah, and just, I don't know,
The mic has changed.
the mic is no
Oh,
longer there?
just
There's-
right there.
Yeah, you can go to that mic.
My name is, can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Sarah Price. I'm a resident of Rockport. I was concerned about the change in the definition of a restaurant and the adding of a restaurant drive-through. You're crossing out that drive-throughs are not permitted in restaurants because...
Well, we'll discuss it, but
Okay.
if you have
Well,
comments on
I
it.
see that that was part of the definition. I know that that was put in there intentionally at the time. It was not, and it was a clearly added piece to clarify a use in restaurants. By taking it out, you're changing that use. And then later on, you're permitting it in this new mixed residential business zone map you just approved. So that drive-through restaurants are now permitted in Rockport along Route 1. I think maybe other places too, but it's the Route 1 that was particularly concerning. And I just think that you're not, the work that went into creating this definition has been dismissed in a fell swoop of a pen. I'm surprised that this wasn't, I'm new to the awareness of this, and I would, appreciate maybe some history on it, but the history that I'm aware of when this was actually put through would make me think that most people think this is a done deal, that all the controversy, all the consideration, they went through that when they came up with this, and now it's being changed. I didn't see anything in the comprehensive plan that mentions drive-throughs, but I know there's a specific intention in here to not have drive-through restaurants in Rockport. And this doesn't seem very transparent to me in far as connecting to the comprehensive plan and what the intention is. But what it seems to me is that you're letting drive-through restaurants now be a permitted use in Rockport. And it comes up again later when you talk about the zone 906. But I just want you to be aware that even though, and I'm so impressed with how you guys work together, especially Jeff, and how you make sure that all your members get clarity and get follow-through on any of their concerns. And I also really appreciate how you listened to all these people tonight and made sure that all the viewpoints got listened to. But right now, I'm the only one here. And I think there would be more people here, but they didn't think they needed to be here because they were here back then. And their points of view still count. So don't just listen to me on this. I want to represent the history and the intent and the work that went into that planning board, that planning department, those citizens that have built the character of this town. And that is mentioned in the comprehensive plan. Yes, we need development, but we also need preservation of this character that makes us a unique place. And drive-through restaurants were decided to not be a part of that plan. So I just want to know what changed. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the public? That's you, John. Saying no. I'll close the public comment period. I am certainly happy to welcome any other comments that come. I just have to open and close the public comment period.
There was also no written comment received.
There was what?
There was no written comment.
There were no
received.
written comments received on the land use ordinance changes, okay. So we're gonna go through this section by section. I will just reiterate, this is our first review of many of these. We may have discussed parts of it in the past, but this is our first review of these changes. They do form as a recommendation or non-recommendation to the select board. The select board then discusses it. They can take pieces out, change it however they see fit, then put it on a warrant article, and then people get to vote on it. So this change, any change, still has two stops along the way before it actually changes the land use ordinance. So as Sarah's concerned, like, people haven't been aren't aware of some of these changes. There's still time between now and June or November, whatever the case may be, when these things come before us. So hopefully people hear about the meetings we have. We do publicize them. Everything we do here is, recorded on YouTube. You can watch it from home. I encourage everybody to be more involved. I'm glad when people come out because they feel strongly about an issue, and it does influence our feeling on.
Can I
we're
ask a
doing
question real quick to Sarah?
Ask a question to Sarah?
Sarah, how did you hear, did you get a Civic Ready alert, or how were you notified of the meeting and everything?
I looked on the town website to see what the minutes were. It took some time. I see the agenda for this meeting, and so in looking at it, I waited to see when the agenda would be appeared, and I looked at each item on that, and one of them said land use ordinance working plan. And
Are you signed up for Civic Ready alerts too, or you just went to the website?
I just went to the website. I am signed up, but
Okay.
I've never gotten an alert that I know.
Just for you to know, you can go back into it and toggle on Planning and Codes Department, and you'll get the planning board notifications, or planning board, I think you can toggle that on too. So
Okay.
we do send that out with a week ahead. So anyway, I just wanted to let that be known too. We did send that out in Civic Ready. So anyway, I was curious how you heard about it, and want to learn how we can engage more with people. So
Yeah. That's how I learned about it.
thank you.
So I don't know if this is public comment, but as the.
Oh, John Veman is recognized.
Select Board Liaison, John Veman. I'm delighted that Sarah caught this, because I had no idea this was in there, and I was just starting to go through it. I'd really like to hear why that's in there, and where did it come from?
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I hope somebody can explain that to me, so I can explain it.
So is this
Well,
the only?
also, can I ask a
Yeah, go ahead.
question?
Go ahead, Rob.
I also appreciate Sarah bringing this up. Just because we're splitting definitions, does that then?
Well, you're taking out a reference that specifically says
Okay. So,
Okay.
so
I guess-
back with the prior definition amendments, we had a lot of regulatory items and definitions, and we've been working on slowly getting those regulations out and putting them in the meat of the document. So, right here, we don't have a definition of what a drive-through restaurant is. I'm proposing to put one. Now we know what it is. The restaurant definition says takeout is permitted in restaurants. Well, that's an allowed use, but drive-throughs are not permitted in restaurants. Well, that's also a use regulation. So those are not going away necessarily. Restaurants, if you look in our land use table, which we're going to get to in a minute, that still has restaurants permitted in these zones, but restaurant drive-through is only permitted in one zone, as you said, 906. But if you go to 906 as well, because there's an asterisk to it, it's only allowed within a certain section of the zone. So it's only allowed where there's already a drive-through restaurant.
Right. I
So-
thought we talked.
Yeah.
And at a
It's
past
ni- ni-
conversation.
It's 9063E.
That's the special
It's a
district
special,
standard.
it says drive-through restaurants are allowed within this zone with frontage on US 1 and within 0.5 miles of the town of Rockland line. When I was going through, I did them numerically, I went through the definitions first. I saw the definition and I said, we don't do that. We had this discussion. And so I went through the rest of the document and came up with this. And the question that I want for clarification is this in fact the only place in the town that is allowing drive-through restaurants is within a half mile of the Rockland line, and that's because there was already one there?
Correct.
Okay. So it is preserved, that they're not going to be anymore.
Outside of that area.
Outside of that zone, within a half mile of the Rockland line.
And what is that zone?
The 906.
906?
Can you just change the zoning?
There's no change to the map.
Asterisks to the 906 zone uses.
Later on, we're gonna get to that, and I don't wanna dismiss her, so I don't know how you wanna handle
Yeah,
this.
that's the zoning question. I just, I saw it in the definition.
Yeah.
So I get.
I got a TV blocking me over here, but the zoning map on that portion didn't change for the 906.
Right.
So that didn't expand any. So that's still currently what you currently see on the zoning map.
And I would like, if it's, maybe the previous planning board made a mistake putting a use regulation in a definition. Let's not lose that use because it was in the wrong place.
Yeah, Jeff can't hear you unless you're at a mic, so you can, for all
Sorry.
intents and purposes, just stay sitting there.
I understand that the definitions are not a place to put regulations for use, and you're eliminating that use. That makes sense, because it's not in the right place. I just want to be sure that it is not eliminated from the land use ordinance, and that it gets the representation that it intended in another place. I didn't see that in there. I just saw the definition, taking that out. I see that there is a zone with these uses, and I just wasn't clear. I didn't notice this little asterisk place. I did see the part about within half a mile of the Rockland town line. But when I looked at the map, I was alarmed. And when I saw that you were expanding that 906 zone, that's what made me really alarmed and just made me want to be sure that this didn't get lost. And it was made very clear that it doesn't apply in this other place. That's all. I know you'll get to that later, but thank you.
Right, it's kind of the other side of that coin is here's a definition of a thing, now where is it allowed? So I think the first part of it is just getting a definition that's clear, that removes the zoning from the definition.
And the drive-through definition, perfect.
Yeah, I think it's not perfect, but
Well, does a drive-through actually provide food for consumption
Well, let's-
on the premises?
so there's three definitions I think we should be talking about. There's restaurant, comma, drive-through, and there's also drive-through is a defined thing, which does not necessarily relate to food. And it's basically where goods or services are exchanged by means of like somebody in a car or something. Yeah, an element of business enabling customers to obtain its service or product while occupying their vehicles. It's not the most artfully written, but it's more generic. Like who's in the vehicle, the person providing it or the person receiving it? And then you go down to restaurant, and then we're proposing to split it into restaurant, comma, drive-through. And to Jan's comment, I think to Tom, your question is for consumption off the premises, but I think you actually meant on the premises. Because there are restaurants, and a drive-through restaurant is a restaurant, and there are restaurants that provide takeout and in restaurant dining. There are restaurants that provide takeout in dining and drive-through. Not saying that's a question here, but those things are also restaurants according to this definition, so they fit under two definitions. There's a hole in this, though, which is a restaurant that provides prepared food and beverages to the public for consumption, not on the premises and not a drive-through. So it's like you walk up to a hot dog stand that's a permanent thing, and you buy a hot dog and you eat it on the sidewalk. Like there's no drive-through aspect, but there's also no dining on the premises. So there's no definition for that because it's sort of it doesn't fall under either of these anymore. So that's the problem
Or
I have
you're
with that.
describing takeout food, too.
Takeout, right. Any kind of takeout where there's no seats inside and there's no drive-through to pull up to.
So our goal with this change isn't to suddenly allow drive-throughs. It was to mostly clean up the definition.
I think
The definition portion here is to clean up the definition, to
Yes.
take out the regulatory item of it. That's
Yeah,
the intent behind the
okay.
definition.
Yeah. Okay.
So for restaurant, comma, drive-through, a place for serving prepared food and beverages to the public for consumption on the premises or directly to occupants of motor vehicles. So you're saying that there is the option for that thing to have like dining in on the premises. But it could also be not on the premises and through a drive-up window. That is what a drive-up restaurant is. There's also takeout.
Yeah. The takeout's throwing me.
Yeah.
Well, we had takeout is permitted in there before.
Yeah, well, what's a way to say it to where it's not a
Yeah.
regulation?
No, I get it. I get it.
You might, someone might nitpick that you might say food and/or beverages. Because it might,
Food or, because you don't have to get both.
or it might only
Well-
offer, say, coffee.
Is it as simple as for public consumption on or off the premises?
Yes.
Now, I think you're mixing up a couple of things here, because you can walk into a restaurant, and even if you eat it inside, you can get a box and take it out. So you want the rest of your lunch. It doesn't have to be a quote takeout. A takeout really doesn't cause necessarily any more activity than somebody walking into the place and eating something and walking out, or walking in, ordering it and taking it out.
I think it does.
Well, I think the major thing is selling the product directly to the person in their, while they're sitting in their vehicle. That's what a drive-through is. So if they sell it, it's not for consumption on the premises, but it's selling it to them while they're in the premises, on the premises. They have to walk through a door, get out of their vehicle, walk through a door, and then they purchase the food. A drive-through, it's purchased directly by the occupant of the vehicle while they're in their vehicle.
So maybe we need to think about what it is that we object to about drive-throughs, which is, I'm just thinking out loud here a little bit. Is it the high churn of traffic?
Isn't that the second
Yeah,
part of this
it's the-
discussion? I mean, can't we get a definition before we talk about whether we,
Yeah, well, I thought it would inform the definition, but maybe not. Go
Yeah.
ahead. You guys are having your meeting on.
I think
Go back
the
to being a
drive-through restaurant is a restaurant with the presence of a drive-through.
Right.
And in the case of the definition drive-through that exists way up top, the goods are food or beverages. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether, I guess I'm reflecting on John's question about our approval or not. It's the presence of the drive-through that changes it. Whether whether they also offer sit-down seat service or, take out meals or whatever, it doesn't really matter.
Right,
As far as the
totally
drive-through is
irrelevant,
concerned.
yeah.
It's that one thing that we're concerned with. So stripping away everything else, it's basically a restaurant with the presence of a drive-through. Like, drive-through is already defined, so.
Doesn't even have to be a restaurant. I mean, you look at Aroma Joe's in Rockland now. You can't go inside for anything. You just drive through and get your coffee and drive through.
Right.
So what we're talking about is the drive-up capability, getting it handed to you through a window.
It
That's a
doesn't have
drive.
to be consumed in the car. They can,
No, it
they
doesn't,
can
no,
get it and
I don't
take it
care where
home.
they consume it particularly, yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing is about selling it to someone
In a car.
who's sitting in their car.
Yes.
Okay, so you're right there. Stop, Ryan, go back to the drive-through definition. So drive-through, an element of a business enabling customers to obtain its service or product while occupying their vehicle.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So in that case, their product is a cup of coffee,
Exactly.
or it's food, whatever it is.
Yep.
Could
That's a
also be if
drive-through.
it's a bank.
It's a bank.
It's money.
We've got banks that
Yeah.
have drive-throughs.
Yeah.
And so the distinction is, I think, like an Aroma Joe's or any coffee shop, would qualify as a restaurant because it's a place for serving prepared food or beverages to the public for consumption, right? That's a restaurant.
Except that you can't go in and sit down anywhere.
Doesn't matter, as I've just
Right.
said it, it
That's right, that's it,
fits
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So I think,
Yeah, that's correct.
But your definition says the restaurant is for consumption on the premises.
No, he said
well, that's the
we
part I'm not
changed it to
sure
on
of.
or off
Yeah, on or off the
in
premises.
order to include takeout.
We just changed it. You
Yeah.
can see it up
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Yeah.
sorry.
She's just- We're
Sorry.
kind of
Sorry.
working as we go.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's a working meeting.
I thought you were going to be able to just eliminate restaurant drive-through. If you've got drive-through that covers it, and you've got
Yeah.
restaurant, are you trying to just eliminate restaurant drive-through?
Well, I would
Is that what you're doing?
just separate them into their own areas. So you've got right now, a restaurant is a place for serving prepared food and/or beverages to the public for consumption on or off the premises and where no food or beverages are served directly to occupants of motor vehicles. So that directly to occupants is not needed because
No, you don't need that.
we're defining that as a drive-through restaurant.
Right. If you have drive-through separate, defined
Right.
separately, then you don't need to discount it under restaurant.
Right.
Then you don't even need drive-through restaurant.
No, you just need drive-through. Yeah, could be dry cleaning place.
Right. So a restaurant drive-through is a restaurant with a drive-through.
But you don't need a
That's
drive-through restaurant. You don't need that definition.
I would encourage
I think
having
you
the
do.
definition.
I think you do. If you're gonna regulate it, you need a definition of it. I
But you
think,
have a definition for drive-through.
Yeah,
But
but
that
a
includes
bank
banks.
is,
that includes
or
banks.
other
We don't wanna
things that-
group restaurant drive-throughs
Oh.
like a McDonald's with a Camden National Bank.
Oh,
Like,
really?
those aren't the same.
So here's another variation on the theme. Hannaford's during the pandemic started allowing places to bring the food out to cars in the parking lot. Is that a restaurant drive-through?
That's curbside.
Curbside.
In
we're getting
a
into
way.
But I mean, based on this definition,
No, that's a special
we do
circumstance.
not tolerate.
well, they're
That's
still
an
doing it,
asterisk,
Jan. They're not, they
That's-
didn't
that's
stop
just an
doing it.
asterisk on it. No.
What's that?
It's an asterisk. It's a special situation.
Well,
You don't have to regulate for every single possible regulation, everything single possible.
it's kind of part of parking. When you go to a restaurant that still offers curbside, they have special parking spaces where you park to get that,
Yeah.
as opposed to driving through to make your order and get it that way.
Right. I think it's a convenience thing.
But that would be a grocery store with a drive-through, if you had drive-up grocery store. In the town I grew up in, there was a drive-through pharmacy. We used to have one in Camden.
Yeah. In New Orleans, they have.
Liquor
they have
Drive-through liquor
drive-through
stores.
daiquiri places.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why I think keeping the drive-through as a neutral definition is good, and then just applying it by creating a definition of drive-through restaurant allows it to be regulated separately.
Yeah, I agree.
And then you don't have to get into whether taking it out or eating it in or anything like that. It's all a matter of if you're in a car or not. Is there any other definition changes?
Height of building, height of the average.
Oh, average, yeah, that's
Average original
that's a
grade
good
to the
change.
highest point of the
Do we want to make it vehicle instead of car?
maybe.
Yeah.
Vehicle, not car. Do a find and replace all vehicle car.
With their vehicles right here.
Yep.
Change it to car?
No, it's vehicles. Was it written car, Jan?
No, just make it vehicle instead of car because,
Was it written vehicle?
It's always been vehicle.
Okay, is car written somewhere?
no,
Okay,
No.
then no change.
we just said, no, car was in the conversation.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. No,
If it
did
said
not mean to
vehicle,
say
that's what
car.
it should say, yes.
Yep, sorry. Height of building
Oh, yeah.
is the average. Everyone like that?
Right.
We did work that one out.
Now, do we need, I'm fine with this as is. Is that clear enough? You're an
I think so.
architect. Okay.
I think where we landed last time was that the, say, Camden definition of every 10 feet along the perimeter of the existing foundation is too technical. And I don't think Andrew likes that. And I don't want to speak for him, but this was much simpler, just say, take the top and the bottom and find an average number. If somebody wanted to contest it and say it was a flat site, but then it slopes down for a daylight basement, like, it's up to them and Andrew to work out what the average is, so it gives a little bit of leeway.
Good. And that's it
Okay. So that's it for definitions.
for definitions. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go to 1300. This one's simple.
Okay.
Sidewalk connectivity. This kind of adds it into the just site plan review.
Does this mesh up with the subdivision?
Yes, but it also, so the subdivision is just for residential. This would also apply to commercial.
Okay.
So if a commercial development came in and it's in proximity to a sidewalk, we want that to be extended, this gives us the leverage to require it. And that's the only change here.
It's the only change in 1300?
That I've made. Yes. And there's no comments.
No.
Place I can find it. Elsewhere is here, it's permitted anywhere.
Let me know whenever y'all are ready.
Well, one of our members is not here. He slipped away.
He did.
So we're gonna look at next, 800?
800.
Okay.
We can wait till he gets back if you want.
We can,
Number 14, I don't think we want bus stops.
yeah, I get rid of the T in bust. Bust stops.
Oh, I see.
Oh, thanks.
Where are you?
Thanks for that catch.
1306.
800, what were the changes in 800? There's a comment from Jan that we can, I can't tell where it is, though.
There's Jan's comment.
Jan's comment was, the exceptions to the table should be emphasized.
Yes.
And I didn't know what that meant when I looked at it the first time.
Well, when I get to the table, I'll tell you what it was.
Is it 803, that table right there?
Where is that?
Though not a change that we're making here.
Not a change, it was, I wanted bold lettering or something.
For what?
Well, I can't find where it is. Tell me where it is.
Well, I don't know, that comment doesn't actually.
Well, where is the comment, though?
Does it go to something? I couldn't tell where it
It's right
goes
here.
to.
This is the.
What
the
section?
following.
Just tell me
Okay,
what-
the following table, so it's table 803.
What's that, what chapter are you in now?
803, 803.4.
And it's the one by
Rob's
number
missing some good
4,
stuff.
right in front of
He
the table.
is.
Thank God you're back, Rob. You didn't miss anything.
You didn't stop it for me, right?
We did kind of.
Oh, really?
We can't really do stuff unless everyone's here. So did you have any thoughts on that, Jan, or should we?
No, I can't, and I
Okay.
can't find it. I don't remember what I did.
Okay,
I did it, so let it go.
all right, let it go. There was another comment, need to add internet fiber access drops, which I agreed with.
Right.
I don't know, where was that? There
That's
it is.
810.
Service drops.
Yeah.
It's like, covers those things, but really should cover fiber.
So electric services, telephone services, fiber services.
How do you want to do it, Jan? What's your thought?
I just wanted to include fiber optic with the list, wires, installation, utility poles.
Is cable also covered with that?
I'm sorry, what?
Like traditional cable, like cable TV?
Yes, that would,
Internet /
yes.
cable?
I would consider them the same. So if it says cable, then we don't need the fiber optic. Yep, okay, internet cable is fine.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
There weren't many changes in this.
No.
Okay. Good.
Yep.
Only had one change, and it was a reference change. Or a citation. So,
All right.
okay.
900.
900. This one's got the meat of the changes.
Okay.
All right.
Walk us through them.
So 901, so when you see the breakdown of each of these zones, 910 being the exception here, you got, your purpose, and then you got your permitted use standards, and then you got special exemptions. So if you look at another municipality, and they don't, a lot of them don't have our handy dandy table that has all the dimensional requirements. Those dimensional requirements would be in this permitted use and standards. So we default to the table here, and we default to the use table here, and that's where that's housed. And then if we're gonna add an exception, that would be categorized in the the third, the special district standards. So we have, in this example, max lot coverage for municipal buildings is 50%. Well, that's an exception to a prior ordinance. Right now, our exception is 60%. So I've proposed to move this down to the special exemptions and to increase that to 100%. And then from the max building footprint for non-residential buildings is 2,500 square feet. We have the YMCA, which is far greater than 2,500. There's another business on Union Street that's in the Rockcrest subdivision that is beyond 2,500 square feet. And there's a couple others that are close to it, so they're non-conforming. So the proposal was to go to 6,000 square feet, which is the smallest in the 906. Sorry, not the smallest, the maximum you can go in 906. So that 6,000 would bring in to compliance a couple of the buildings that currently are exceeding that 2,500 square feet. So that's the proposal, that's the rationale behind 6,000.
So it matches the 906 maximum footprint?
It does.
Okay.
It does. Now, the exception being the YMCA being so large, but I bet you if we dig and dig and dig, we'll find the variance that allowed it to go to that size.
Yeah.
Or it predated that limitation, so, they're grandfathered anyway, so. And then.
Remind us what the 906 zone is called?
Mixed business residential.
Okay.
Where does the MRC fall?
907. And then the other item is, this is an addition, and that's to kind of talk about some density bonuses within the 901. So I want to begin with why the 901. The 901 has all the utilities already. So in terms of expansion, it's the easiest to kind of work with in density bonuses. And then also, we only have one density bonus right now, and that's within the PUD ordinance. I have not been able to get a developer to bite on it, and I'm trying to get feedback from them on why they're not interested in it. So far I pitch it, they say, oh, that's great, cool, and then they're like, no, we're not interested in that. Why? I want to know why, so we can kind of work with it and massage it a little bit. Now, you got to remember, the PUD ordinance is us taking state legislation requirements, putting that in an overlay, and that's where that lives. So we can't make a lot of edits to it, but what we can do is work on other density bonuses. So this would be the second density bonus that we have, and that's to, if you think about a lot, just a 1 acre lot, so we got our setbacks, we got our lot coverage 60%, and we have our density calculations fine. We don't need to increase those anymore in terms of numbers. But what people are finding is they're kind of capped at their height. So we have our cube, we got our cube in terms of what someone can do with their lot, and now they're finding they're hitting their limit. They can't go any higher. Now, what is too high is the next question. Well, I'm only comfortable proposing 60 feet. Now, I don't know if that's too high for y'all. I don't know if y'all want to go with 1 story in addition. That's more than, and we can see how that goes. But I definitely don't think proposing anything beyond 60 feet is tolerable.
So what's the height within a PUD?
Then a PUD is only 1 story above whatever the height is. So 34 feet at a story. Now, what is a story? That's a question.
Yes.
We don't have that defined. We also don't have anybody biting on it, so I don't know how to really gauge that yet. So,
Is there a state rule about how tall, how many floors before you have to add an elevator?
yes, there is. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's also life safety concerns that come into it. So once you reach a certain height, I think it's.
Yeah, well, there are, I think,
You have to have it
costs.
sprinkled. You probably know that off the top of your head, but.
You don't have to have it sprinkled, but you don't get to, you're limited in size, footprint, distance to egresses, et cetera.
So we have building code that kind of restricts certain things in addition to our ordinance. So in exchange for these density bonuses, so I've left one of these blank, we can add to it, we can retract from it, but one of those is kind of keeping in line with what the community wants, which is not a bunch of pavement. So if you're going to come in put it underneath your building. You put it underneath your building, well, that's taking away residential, so go up. And that's acceptable. That keeps within the beauty of the town. It's not paved everywhere. And it also helps with environmental concerns from runoff and the stormwater management. Also, cannot pass up the opportunity of getting affordability. 10% of the units need to be affordable. That's a proposal from me. Right now, the PUD is you have to have 20% affordable. And then also, and this is just an item right now, I'm defaulting to section 817 of what affordability is. Affordability locks it up for 50 years. So I don't know if that is the caveat that's catching people. I don't know. Just from a financial portfolio, 50 years is a long time. So I don't know if they're looking at it from a return on investment. And then bearing all utilities on site and connecting to existing sidewalks. So I don't know if, from y'all's perspective, if there should be more included in that, or if that's enough. And then what is that height? I think it's either we say it can go up an additional story per information, but not to exceed a certain height, or we can say just not to exceed a certain height. But then we get into a caveat like, well, oh, no. The way I have this worded is you have to meet all those categories. So those 4 items I proposed have to be met in order to get that height.
Yep.
And right now it's 34?
42.
42 technically, depending on your roof
slope.
pitch.
And
then,
I mean, personally, I'm not in favor of going this high. I just don't think
it's fine.
Matches what I think, and maybe this isn't a bad thing, but I think like what would make it attractive for a developer is to build a massive, like, multi-unit building, like luxury condos. And I just don't think it I think it would be a massive just like outlier to everything else in the community. And I think like at 60 feet, maybe it's desirable. I don't know how many stories that equals, but yeah, I don't know. I think it doesn't necessarily fit the surroundings.
So just to clarify there, if the 60 feet scares you, are you opposed to going a story higher?
Oh, a quote story higher?
Yeah, like I'm saying 60 feet, definitely no more than that.
Yeah.
That's as comfortable as I'm pitching it, and we can reduce that down. So in this downtown zone, on the commercial side here, this is the only zone where we have commercial side, the street grade height, 55 feet. And then on the backside can be however tall it needs to be. So look at the back of the Opera House, it's pretty tall. Look at the back of all the other buildings right over here, that's pretty tall. So depending on your perspective of where you're looking,
Yeah.
they're very tall, or they're not that tall.
And the various remnant churches are
Yeah.
much higher.
Yeah. So anyway, 60 feet is as high as I'm comfortable proposing it. So I'm just curious to you, and probably without having a visual right in front of you, it's kind of hard
I don't really know,
to see.
to be honest.
Yeah, 60 feet.
5 to 6 stories.
Yeah, 5 to
Yeah,
6 stories.
I'd say 5. It'd be pressed to make a building that big be 6 stories.
Yeah.
But I'd say it's 5. A story above, the likelihood that somebody's going to build a 42-foot building that complies, so the 42-foot building height allowance is if your roof slopes are greater than 5 over 12 or something. So you'd have to have kind of a steep roof. And then you're not allowing as much space underneath that roof because there's a lot of stuff lost in the peak. So if you went a story above 42, it's going to move up by whatever a story is, 10 feet or something. So it's going to be 52.
Yep.
But the likelihood is they're not going to want that kind of peak. They're going to want something flatter if they're trying to maximize it. So in which case it would be 34 plus a story, which may be 44 or something.
No.
So then it'd be on par with the 42. I mean, I would be more comfortable with the story
No.
because it also corresponds to the PUD.
No.
And the rest of the conditions, I think, are good. Parking under the building. I actually might remove parking under the building for that one, though. Because if it were 60 feet, yeah, parking under the building. But if
Okay.
it's 40, it's kind of like,
No.
you're kind of just,
No.
you're relatively the same as a big house on Pascal or something.
I'm done with that. So max building height may be increased by 1 story for developments that remove the first one. 10% of the units are affordable. Bury all public utilities on site and connect existing sidewalks to existing sidewalks.
Seems pretty,
Aren't they
Restrained.
required to connect to existing sidewalks here?
If what I'm proposing passes already, yeah. So it's kind of a given. So they could be removed because they're already required to do it.
Right. They're basically they're gonna be given a bonus for doing something that is required.
this is maximum building height for what kinds of buildings? All buildings?
Yeah,
Because it's listed under special district standards, not under
yeah.
residential or commercial or anything.
Well, 10% of the units be affordable as outlined in section 817. That's residential, so they'd have to be at a minimum mixed use.
Yeah.
So that doesn't hamstring us, I guess. It can be commercial and,
Residential, yeah. But what if okay. So if they have 2 units, they have to have one of them be affordable. How about this end? What do you guys think, Jan?
I don't know what I want to do with something like maximum height. One of the advantages that Rockport has is that it is physically quite large. And so we have room to go to, if we were to stay at 3 stories, we could basically look like Paris, the old part of Paris, where nothing is more than 3 stories tall or 4 stories tall. And we could go out further. That means transportation, that means sprawl, that means all kinds of bad things, more sewers, all that kind of thing. So I'm confused as to what I think. I understand Rab's position. You know, we've been here almost 30 years now, and I'm used to looking at 3-story buildings as a rarity. If you're going to start talking to me about 5-story buildings, I'm starting to get a nosebleed from the height of it. So I don't know, but on the other hand, that is the best way to increase density. And if we could do something like some areas of town where a building might be shops on the ground floor and apartments above, like Rockland's Main Street, that would have some walkability to it, as well as more businesses, as well as more rental units, or even condos for that matter. But
Well, this to me gets to sort of reflecting on the comprehensive plan, is that we're told that we should be doing whatever we can to increase housing.
yes,
And the mere presence of a zoning, a land use ordinance actually restricts housing. And I'm not saying that we should get rid of the land use ordinance by any
that's
means,
true.
but
that is a fact.
but it's a restriction. It's a
Yeah.
restriction.
Yeah.
A developer could go to a town like Friendship, where there's no land use ordinance, and they could build a 10-story building tomorrow, and they just need to meet life safety code, and they're good. But they're not doing that. They don't want to, because it's not a desirable place to build a 10-story building.
Right.
I don't know if Rockport's a desirable place to build a 10-story building. It probably more is than Friendship. So I feel this sense of like, yeah, I understand the character comments and the discomfort with things being disproportionately tall, but also it's like, now we're told you need to not stand in the way of this. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. It's like finding some middle ground is, I think, the best we can do that balances all of the things, because that's not the only thing in the comp plan. It's also, you know,
Right.
scenic views and whatnot and.
Yeah,
Right, I
it's-
was
it's
gonna
the
say, I mean, you
historic-
could-
it's the historic
As for as
environment.
much as it's talked about housing in the comp plan, I'm
Yeah.
sure there's equal amounts of,
Oh, yeah.
of, you know,
But we have to balance
character
them.
preservation and all that stuff. So that's, I guess that's my,
I think part of the problem here is that you've had organic growth and it's spread out, they're low buildings. Other places, you have, like I think you were saying, Jan, they have areas that are higher density, higher buildings, and it's much easier there than to try to put a high building in the midst of a bunch of single-family residences.
right. We unfortunately don't have like a true we have this that spans 2 blocks.
Right.
Unlike Camden or Rockland, or where something like this, I think, would make a lot more sense. And I think we kind of need to adjust based on what
Well, see,
our town looks like.
I mean,
And
we don't have large tracts of land that are just available. I mean, like,
You'll have
we do have
septic
one
or
on Main
water.
Street where that field used to be,
Yeah.
or the school used to be. I mean, to me, that would be a good place to have a high-density area, right there.
One of the problems though, Tom, is if we start talking really high-density areas like tall buildings require lots of parking. And all of a sudden, you're a gated community, you're isolated from the rest of the neighborhood. And it's, I think we need to be careful about, because building up involves moving out as well. Unless you're gonna park everything underneath, and you can't really do the other.
Well, or you can have, like apartment buildings have parking lots in back of the building.
Yeah, yeah.
They have sidewalk in front, so you can walk, enter the building from the front, or and they have a drive going, and there's parking in back for the residents.
It's hard to figure. It's hard for me to figure it out.
But to try to identify a place like along Route 90 or someplace, and you say, oh, we've got a big piece of land here, who's going to come and build a 5-story building, apartment building there?
Yeah, if you think that we were crowded tonight, wait till that comes before the planning board.
It's just, when you do something like that, you're fundamentally changing the whole character of the
Absolutely,
area.
you absolutely are, and you need to be very careful about that.
Okay, were there any other items on this that were at issue? There's more in this document.
There's more, yeah.
Okay,
So-
but I just want to, before we move on, because we'll lose sight of the stuff we've already passed by, the changes you've made, were those okay?
There's a little typo, Bury instead of Bury.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, we caught that, thank you. Moving around to the other parts of 901 is what I mean. Scratching off some things that don't belong there. We okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. So it's just the height issue, so,
So I've edited it. Max building height may be increased by 1 story for developments that, I guess, include.
no, put it on the next line. Put your include in the item I. Because include Barry doesn't make sense.
Come on.
Right here.
And Barry. Get out of the way. Okay.
And that's, I think, it's the same thing as the PUD, essentially, for the height bonus.
Yeah, well, it's, instead of 20%, it's 10% of affordable. PUD
Right.
requires 20%. So this gives more market rate units, which we do need, we're getting.
And this is only
affordable.
for the 901.
And this is only for the 901.
Okay.
And it doesn't have all the other, like, open space requirements that the PUD has, so it's a little bit different. It's a
Yeah.
modification.
Okay. How do others feel about this one-story bonus? Good? All right. I don't hear anything.
Nothing to 902. Nothing to 903. Nothing to 904.
906.
906, moving this one, this is a special district standard. I have not changed it,
You just moved it down.
moved it down. And then this is where there's that drive-through restaurants, or I guess I should say restaurants, comma, drive-through.
You don't have to do that. I mean, that's,
I'm going to.
okay.
Restaurants and drive-throughs are allowed within the zone with frontage on US 1 and within half of a mile from the town of Rockland line.
What, excuse me, but back at 9063,
Mhm.
what is, there's a C there, what's C for?
It's for this heavy landscaping business. There's a formatting issue
Oh, I
with the
see, I see,
online
okay,
bid.
I got it.
and it fixes
I
when
got it.
you download it.
Okay, so this is 907, and it's that portion of Route 1 that butts up against Rockland, where it's strip mall city.
I'm sorry, can you just explain to me, I know Jan mentioned that my concerns about there being drive-throughs on Route 1 is contradicted by this special district. But when I read that, it, to me, that 906, sorry. It is saying that drive-through restaurants are allowed within this zone with frontage on US 1 and within, so it means you have to have both of those things, both of those conditions
Yes.
allow you?
Yes.
So only those two conditions? Okay.
So even if you're within half of a mile, but you don't have frontage on Route 1, then you cannot have a
Right.
restaurant drive-through.
And if you're not within a half a mile,
You can't.
you can't
No,
have
you
it.
must satisfy both conditions.
Thank you.
This also is reflected in the fact that that is where there's a drive-through in
Yes.
Rockport.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's basically making a non-conforming use a conforming use.
Yes.
I guess
Yep.
that Dunkin' Donuts doesn't have a drive-through.
It does.
It does.
It does.
It does?
Yeah.
Yes.
The former KFC.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does have it.
Mhm.
That's not within a half mile of,
Because it had it before, and it was allowed whenever it was
the
approved.
KFC had a drive-through?
Mm-hmm. That's the reason why the definition got
Right.
changed in the first place.
The definition fits it, rather than tear down the building.
I know that.
Basically, yeah, the definition was to prevent any more of that.
Yes.
But that exists, but at least we're saying it's only allowed here.
Mhm.
This is the only place where it's allowed,
Yep.
where it already exists.
Thank you.
And then 907, doing the same thing with the max building footprint that already exists. I'm just moving that down to the special district standard. Same words. 908, I added this in, because it is a special district standard. If you read our PUD ordinance, it is an allowed use in the 908. We just forgot to add it in to the special district standard. And then moving down to 913, moved the, again, same concept, max lot coverage for municipal buildings is 100%. In the 913, I changed that from, I just moved it down to the next section.
I want to go back because there are a couple comments that Jan had in
Oh, there were?
910.
Must have passed.
Yeah, so the first one was, I see no reference to ADUs in traditional village district, why not? I thought we decided they were welcome anywhere residential is allowed. So it's, according to the chart, allowed in 910.
Yeah.
But is it not mentioned here? I don't think we ever touched 910 as a,
We have not touched 910. 910's a animal in and of itself.
yeah. It seems like it's almost an
overlay.
overlay district.
It is.
Yeah,
It's an overlay district,
yeah.
so.
So it should be allowed through
Yeah.
the table, and we'd have to like craft something in here to say that it is allowed, but we don't really need to.
No, and this one's, and it gives like extra density and lot variations if you meet certain criteria.
Yeah.
So even if you're within that overlay and you want to have an ADU, you can have an ADU.
Yeah.
So it doesn't exclude you from it.
Yeah. Whether our zoning says it or not, the state law says that they have to allow it in a residential zone, so.
Right.
That was
That too.
Jan's concern. And then the next comment he had was easier to read if done with bullet points. I mean,
Yes.
I would totally agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of bullet points. That's gonna add to the length of this document, but I think it would be easier, not that we've ever touched 910.
No, we have not touched 910. It's over here, that blue. That blue line. And then, were there any other comments there?
No.
All right.
So,
Oh, and
you should,
then-
you do need to add a line,
Need to add a-
right?
I need to add a line?
Do you need to add a line for a commercial, restaurant, come and drive-through? Yeah, it is there, okay.
And so that's where it has the asterisk,
Yep.
so people know to look.
Where are you
906.3.
now?
It's in the table 17, land use table.
Yep.
And commercial drive-throughs are allowed in one zone only and only according to that asterisk.
Okay.
So that's 900, right?
Yep. And that's it.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable with the changes that we made to the land use ordinance? I think we agreed on
Yes.
them section by section. Anyone like to offer a motion?
I move that we accept the changes in the land use ordinance that we discussed tonight.
And recommend them to the select board?
I would recommend it to the select board.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Of course.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 0, 0. Okay, we can fit our work plan in under the wire, 9:30.
Got 5 minutes.
Yep.
Cool. Do you want to talk about it, or do you want me to?
The vice chair is also here, the vice chair of the task force implementation.
Yeah.
I mean, the comprehensive plan implementation task force. So one clarification I have on this is the column that says 1, 5, 5, 10, 10 plus. What does that mean? Years?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It is.
So it might have a heading, but I'm sure everyone
Yeah,
looks at this
that was
knows what it
supposed
means.
to. I will add that. Somehow. Anyway, I'll make a
Yep.
note.
I mean, I can start, I think Jan can add to this, but the idea is that each committee that's been in the town, that's been tasked with setting a plan to implement the strategies outlined in the comprehensive plan, are asked to also report to the select board as to what they're gonna do through this thing called the work plan. Generally, every committee has a work plan, is it yearly? That they send to the select board as to like what their work is for the committee. The planning board hasn't, in my experience, traditionally had a work plan. It's basically just continue doing the planning board work. In this case, we have action items coming from the comp plan, so it made sense to
Right.
format it like the committees have been. Easy to understand at the select board level, here's what we're doing, and basically, if you took the sum of all of these work plans, you would satisfy all of the needs of the comprehensive plan's goals.
Right.
You want to add to that,
This
Jim?
is gonna be, we're hoping, the template for all the committees' work plans is gonna just include this, plus whatever it is that they brought to the table. And we respond to the public here. If applications come in, we work on them, as well as the other stuff that we do. So we haven't had a work plan. But this is the form that we want the committees to take now.
So,
I don't know if it matters, but reading this thing, it was like, I was trying to decipher some type of code. Is it like FL, forward looking, I thought?
Oh,
maybe?
I see.
No, FL,
these are the
future land use.
Future land use.
If you
Like,
had, if you had the comprehensive plan,
Right, I guess
the
if
whole
I-
thing, you would see where the initials come from.
CC2.
So I guess I was
that's
just
the
wondering if
goal.
we, like, just to make it easy for ourselves, if this is only the stuff for the planning board,
Yeah.
then maybe we should just, you know, it's fine to abbreviate, but let's just have a separate page where we could just have all these, like, all the stuff that we're in charge of.
That's kind of what this is.
Well, this is it.
This is it.
Yeah, but
You're the primary, you're the owner of the goal.
okay, so FL2 is this.
Yep.
Is the section of the.
It's not more than,
It's future land use, so it's FL2. It's this one right here. Review and clarify the purposes. And if you were to scroll down, Orion, you'd see it's the same thing. Review and clarify the purposes of each zone. Timeline ongoing, which means 10 years plus.
okay,
It's
it
that
just
goal.
seemed like, okay.
So that's
Okay.
the goal that was assigned to us. These are the goals that were assigned to the planning board by the task force implementation.
So.
Sorry,
for the
comprehensive
purpose-
plan.
Okay, I guess I just I felt like there was something that I was
Yeah.
missing, more context
Yeah.
that I was totally missing, and it
There is. It's
didn't make
it's
too
the
much
comprehen-
sense,
it's
but
the
I guess it's not
comprehensive
as
plan.
simple as it's.
No, it's the
Just have to look
comprehensive
at the
plan.
comp plan, okay.
If you were to look at the future land use section and you read the intro, these things then begin to make more sense.
Okay.
But, and we're hoping that people will do that committees will come to the conclusion that they don't understand enough of what's said in FL2, that they look and they see what the context is. But also, one of the things that the task force is going to do is be available to all the committees to help explicate things and to help figure out measurable goals and to try to help them figure out the best way forward. We're going to serve as advisors, not as supervisors, but advisors to the various different committees, including the planning board. But this committee happens to have two members from the task force, so you've got, we're here already for this kind of thing.
So I think our job here tonight is to, our job tonight is to basically send this to the select board, to vote to send this to the select board as our work plan. And our ongoing job is to have this at every meeting, essentially, is something that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Or at least we know
Yeah.
when we're gonna look at it.
Yeah.
Part of what we're gonna be scheduling in the workshops is to tackle some of these things, on an ongoing basis.
Maybe Orion, you could add some headers to this, just to, like, above the
I just
column
did.
that says 1 to 5.
Look on the screen up there.
Okay. Yep, and then where it says index, just say, add comp plan index or something, so people are reminded what this is.
Oh, on the second table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for
Goal
being ahead of me
number.
on that. So the idea, Rob, is particularly in the timeline column, the 1 to 5 are the ones that really should be worked on sooner than later for the
Right.
planning board.
Yeah, I understood it, I just maybe thought the packaging could have been,
Oh, yeah.
but.
Did you read
But I
the
guess
comp
there's not much
plan?
we could do on our end.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we can just leave it there. It was a very lengthy document, and,
Did your best.
yeah, well, I wasn't involved with drafting that. The voters approved
Yeah.
it, and I'm just living with what's there. So, but the work plan can be worded any way you guys want it, as long as it incorporates the goal.
Yeah, I
of
think maybe,
the comp plan.
you know, at some point soon, we should probably assign assign context to the strategies that were outlined.
Yeah.
Yeah, and-
Because referencing this document, that document, I don't think is efficient in getting things done. I think it's just confusing.
I think this is
But-
really, I mean,
But that's really good feedback, because this is, you guys are probably the second group to really have a good discussion about a work plan and put it to the select board. So we're figuring this out as we go. And if you wanted to rephrase this to make it more meaningful to what you're working with,
Right.
that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I think we should. I think to use it as a reference, I think we need to kind of.
So are you offering to take a swing at that?
No, I am.
Well,
Yeah, maybe the.
Yeah, and that's one of my jobs for the task force anyway, is to
Okay.
translate.
but to get it on paper,
To
Jim.
get it on paper, I'm writing myself a note now, that's what I
Okay.
need to do. I've got to do the same thing for Legacy Rockport. They've
Okay.
asked me to say, yeah, well, what are we gonna
I
do
was
this year?
trying to get,
That's a
I was
good job for Claude.
Yes,
Yes.
that's a good job for
I was trying to get you some help, Jim, but
I mean, I just see that, I see this, I see this document right now as basically just an acknowledgement.
Right, yeah, no, I think
We've,
it's totally
we've got
fine,
these
yeah.
things we have to do.
Right.
And the format by which we report to the task force will get more sophisticated as we go, because
Yeah.
we'll say, okay, these are the things we've done, and we're gonna explain it a little bit more, be better verbosity than just a table.
The first thing we as a group have to do is figure out, what does it mean, any individual task, and how do we know when we're done with it? That is, what is the measurable that we know what's going on? So where it says,
Well, there are a couple that are done already.
yeah, a couple are done already. Adopt or amend land use ordinance to require the planning board or other to incorporate information from the Maine Historic Preservation Commission into their review process. That means, one possibility for that is to write up a process by which the planning board, when it takes a look at the land use ordinance or the subdivision ordinance, keeps in mind the Historic Preservation Commission and its goals, and tries to orient our work towards being copacetic with that. It's gonna take workshopping, it's gonna take conversations.
Okay. So before this is sent to the select board as a work plan, do you want to take a crack at a revision to this? Or do you want to send this along as it stands?
Well, I think what we're gonna say, our work plan. And as a task force member, I'm fine with that, because I know that the first thing they then have to do is sit down and say, well, what the hell is this? What does it mean? How do we know when we're done? How do we know when we've accomplished this? And how long is it gonna take? So,
I mean, ours should be relatively easy because we essentially write a law. We write a law and
Yes.
we know if it passes, we've done it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, exactly, exactly. And a lot of this is about making sure that the laws that we are responsible for, the ordinances that we're responsible for, meet the needs or the direction of the comprehensive plan.
Right.
And change what needs to be changed and preserve what needs to be preserved. And we're doing that. We've already been doing that.
Okay. But that doesn't answer my question. Should we send this to the select board as it is?
I think we can,
Okay,
yeah, I think we can, and,
because I think
I don't
Orion
think, I don't
promised
think
they'd
they're
get
gonna
it in the next
have
one.
much in the way of.
They did, yeah.
So,
What, I'm sorry. I didn't-
Orion promised. the
We're
select
sending it
board-
to the select board.
They did.
I just need you to approve it.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. So, how do you feel? Can you vote on whether we approve for this, this document to be sent to the select board? All those in favor? 3, 4, 4, 0, 0. Okay.
Yeah, and the idea is to keep working it all the way through in the next year for sure, to figure out what parts of this you can accomplish in the next, 12 months and be working on them. So if rewriting this in any format helps do that for the purposes of, your activity in the next year, please do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're, this is the first time through with this whole process, so but this is more than adequate for what the select board needs to see.
Yeah, there's gonna be a big fat column on the right side that says how. And maybe another column is to like, whether, yes, it's been done.
Yeah.
Okay. There's really no other business before us in the agenda tonight. There's a comprehensive plan, recurring item. We've kind of talked about the comp plan a lot tonight. We were proposing to have a workshop following this meeting, but seeing that we're after 9:30, I would say that we postpone that. And I've got nothing else, so if there's a motion to adjourn, I'll hear it.
I move we adjourn.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? 4. So this meeting is adjourned at 9:39 PM. Thank you all.